A few years ago, a group of friends and I went camping in Tachijai during the spring break. It was early May, and the weather was pleasant. I was with 3 friends, so there were 4 of us in total. 3 of them visited this campsite every year, but it was my first time joining them. I had never camped with these guys before, but I was eager to experience it. They convinced me by saying that the beach was stunning and that it was usually empty, so we could do whatever we wanted without anyone disturbing us. After taking the exit off National Route 51 and driving along a narrow road for a few hundred meters, we reached the beach. We saw a family RV right near the entrance, so we decided to set up camp about 200 meters away from them. By lunchtime, the beach was full of surfers, but by evening, they had all left. The beach was now completely empty, stretching out as far as the eye could see, with just the family camper van and us. With no lights around and the silence, I fell asleep faster than usual. We all shared the same tent. 3 of my friends slept side by side, and I was at the bottom, near the zipper, positioned like a dog. I woke up in the middle of the night with a strong urge to pee. I thought I might wet myself. I checked the time on my phone. It was past 2 a.m. I've never been afraid of the dark or superstitious, so I wasn't nervous about the night. I lay there listening to the sound of the waves while I tried to get up, and it was actually quite peaceful. However, I also heard another sound, clear and distinct, which made me freeze in my sleeping bag. The sound was coming from no more than 5 meters away. It was strange and seemed to be getting closer to our tent. The rhythm and interval of the sounds made me instinctively realize they were footsteps. There was no light outside. Walking along a deserted beach without a flashlight? That felt odd. We were far enough from the family RV that they wouldn't have reason to walk near our tent. Besides, I could tell the footsteps were coming from the opposite direction. Could it be a person? The steps were slow and deliberate, almost human-like. My mind raced. I began sweating in the pitch-black tent, too terrified to move. The footsteps circled our tent, sounding like they were right outside, just a few centimeters away. Whatever it was, it walked around the tent in a clockwise direction. What is it doing? I wondered. What should I do? I tried waking one of my friends, but I couldn't bring myself to make a sound. I was too frightened to leave my sleeping bag. I fought the urge to relieve myself and just stayed still, hoping the footsteps would disappear. But things got worse. The footsteps continued, circling our tent. Then something, possibly a hand, occasionally pushed against the fabric of the tent, as if testing for a weak spot to get in. The metal tent poles creaked and bent, making a horrible sound. I tried to think of a song, and I repeated the lyrics in my mind over and over, just telling myself, ignore it, and it'll go away. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would end. Then, suddenly, daylight flooded the tent. I must have drifted off to sleep. Relieved, I rushed outside to use the bathroom, forgetting all about the previous night. When I turned around to look back at the tent, I saw footprints in the sand. The strange thing was the footprints led straight from the sea and back into it. I woke my friends up immediately and told them what had happened. We all decided it was best to leave the beach. The following night, we camped in an area crowded with RVs and other tourists. I work for a nature magazine, where my job involves capturing photographs of wildlife in their natural environments. On a typical workday, I set up my tent along a mountain path and wait for animals to appear. I also use an infrared sensor connected to an automatic shutter to help with my shots. I avoid popular mountain trails because too many people scare the animals away. I've never felt afraid on the job, even though I always work alone in the dark. Until recently, I hadn't encountered any problems. I arrived at a remote location around 1 p.m., an area I had researched beforehand. It was near a swamp. My usual routine is to set up my one-person tent and take a nap until about 5 p.m. Since I camp deep in the mountains, there's no one else around, and it feels safer than the city in many ways. That afternoon, I hung my radio on a tree branch and got into my tent to rest. When I woke up later, it was already dark. I hung my lantern on the branch and started preparing my camera gear. I put on my headlamp and got ready to take some photos. I felt unusually tense and full of anticipation. As I stepped out of my tent, I noticed something odd. About 10 meters upstream from the swamp, I saw a blue tent. That was strange. This wasn't a popular fishing area, but a secluded spot. I didn't think it was a climber or a hiker. I couldn't imagine anyone else being here. There were no lights coming from the tent, so maybe someone was sleeping in it. But I hadn't seen it when I was setting up earlier. Had someone quietly set up camp while I was resting? The lack of noise was unsettling, as I would have expected something to wake me up. I decided to press on and look for a better spot to take pictures. But then, the light inside the blue tent turned on, causing the tent's color to shift to a darker shade. For a moment, I considered going over to introduce myself, but the tent unnerved me, and I quickly dismissed the idea. I didn't want to go near it or deal with whoever might be inside. I needed to move to another location. It would be a hassle, but I couldn't focus with that tent looming in my thoughts. I carefully began to pack up my tent, trying to avoid making any noise and staying out of sight. Once everything was packed, I started walking deeper into the woods, heading uphill alongside the river. I must have walked over 1 kilometer before I found a good spot and set up camp again, but it was already after 9 p.m., and I knew I wouldn't be able to take photos anymore. I decided to have dinner and try to get some sleep, as there was nothing else to do. It should have been chilly, considering it was mid-May, but I woke up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat inside my sleeping bag. I checked the time, 2 a.m. The air inside my tent felt stale and warm, so I unzipped the flap to let in some cool night air. My heart skipped a beat. The blue tent was now right in front of mine. The light from inside it flickered on once more, and then 2 hands pressed against the fabric, reaching toward me in the dark. For a moment, I was too stunned to move, but then I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it at the tent. Whatever was inside was now trying to unzip the tent and get out. It must have heard me or seen my light. I took off running, not daring to look behind me. I tripped and fell into the swamp, soaking my legs, but I didn't stop. It was pitch black as I ran, stumbling repeatedly. I lost my flashlight somewhere along the way, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that tent. Eventually, I couldn't run any longer. I collapsed behind a tree, shivering in fear, and waited for daylight. When the sun came up, I gathered the strength to go back to the spot where I had set up my tent, along with the blue tent. I shouted to announce my presence, determined not to be afraid anymore. After spending an entire night in the cold, I was done with the fear. I shouted again, but there was no response. As I approached the tents, I noticed the blue tent seemed more worn out than before. I looked inside my tent, but nothing seemed amiss. However, the people or person who had been in the blue tent had left a strange parting gift: a pile of bones. Some were human, some animal. I couldn't tell for sure. They were crushed together in a heap. That was the last time I ventured on a solo trip so deep into the mountains or woods. This took place in 2011 during a summer fishing trip in a remote area with steep hills and rocky cliffs. It was a place that felt like locals never ventured to, mainly due to the long trek required to get there. The river was known for having large fish, making it a popular spot for those in the know, but it was quite isolated. It was a Saturday, and I expected there to be a few people around, but to my surprise, I was the only one at the river. After setting up my camp and having a nice meal, I relaxed for a while before settling into my sleeping bag inside the tent, ready to get some rest. I had plans to wake up at dawn to fish. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly, a loud noise jolted me awake. I immediately opened my eyes, disoriented, unsure of where I was for a second. I couldn't hear the noise anymore, but the tent was shaking. I glanced at my watch. It was 2 a.m. Still half asleep, I tried to stay calm and composed, telling myself it was probably nothing serious. I wondered if I was just experiencing sleep paralysis, or perhaps an auditory hallucination, but everything felt so real. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I considered that a rock might have fallen from the cliff. I had checked the area before setting up, and there were no loose rocks. The ground was dry and solid, but rocks could still roll down, I thought. I tried not to dwell on the idea of someone being out there in the middle of the night near my tent. That thought was far too unsettling to entertain. I forced myself to calm down, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep after this. I switched on the light in my tent to reassure myself a bit, but I didn't want to leave the safety of the tent just yet. I told myself it would soon be dawn, and I could get up and start fishing. As I was beginning to relax again, I heard something outside. There was a brief silence, followed by a strange, agonizing wail, a groaning sound that made my heart race. I was terrified, my fear almost overwhelming. For a moment, I wondered if it was a person in need of help. Maybe they were injured, so I decided to leave the tent and check. But as I reached for the zipper, the groaning grew louder. I froze. My palms were drenched in cold sweat, and I could make out something outside the tent, a dark figure. I was certain now that someone was out there, and I wasn't about to let them scare me. I grabbed a flashlight and my frying pan, thinking I might need them to defend myself. With shaking hands, I unzipped the tent and cautiously leaned out to look around. The area was empty. I spotted a fishing boat off in the distance, but no one was near my tent. The shadow had vanished, and I could feel the eerie silence hanging in the air. It was unnerving. The tent was lit from the inside by my flashlight, so there shouldn't have been a shadow visible outside. It was a mystery that didn't make sense. I turned on the radio, hoping the voices from the broadcast would help calm my nerves. I sat there, shivering, trying not to dwell on what had just happened. After a while, the DJ's voice began to steady my nerves, and I felt slightly better, but then something horrifying occurred. The top of the tent collapsed with a loud, sickening noise. I knew now for certain that this wasn't just a bad dream. The roof of my tent was crushed, and I felt a sharp pain as it came down. I was overwhelmed with helplessness, and I admit, I broke down in tears. I promised myself that I would leave as soon as the sun came up, no matter what. The sounds outside continued, the moaning, and now something that sounded like dragging or crawling. I don't know why, but I turned the radio up to full volume, as though the noise could somehow protect me. When dawn finally came, it was like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I felt a rush of relief as the light of day filled the sky. I stepped outside and took in the surroundings, looking for signs of what had happened. Beer cans, bottles, and flowers were scattered around the camp, but that wasn't what caught my eye. What stopped me in my tracks was the blood smeared on the outside of my tent. I wondered if there had been an accident nearby, maybe someone had died, and their spirit had lingered around the area. Perhaps that spirit had tormented me throughout the night. Unsure of what to do, I offered what was left of my juice to whatever might be haunting the place, hoping it would bring them peace in the afterlife. I wanted to believe this because the idea of a person or several people tormenting me in the dead of night was far too frightening to face. This took place when I was young, during a family camping trip with some close friends. The campsite was near a large, tranquil lake, nestled in a quiet and remote area. We set up our tents near the water, planning to stay for 2 days. As nightfall arrived, my friends started talking about playing dare games. Our parents overheard and warned us not to try anything risky at night, but Naturally, we didn't listen. The dare was to walk around the lake by yourself in the dark without a flashlight. One of my friends volunteered to go first. We waited quietly as she disappeared into the darkness. She returned after a while, completely unfazed. Next, it was my turn. They encouraged me to go, and though I felt nervous, I couldn't back out. The darkness felt heavy around me, and I grew anxious as I walked, only the sounds of nature accompanying me. Then, I heard footsteps behind me. I braced myself for whoever or whatever was coming. As the figure approached, I recognized one of my parents' friends. He had a flashlight with him, and I felt a wave of relief. He smiled and handed me something. It was a lemon candy, and I thanked him. He told me in a soft voice to be careful. I told him I would eat it later and tucked it into my pocket. His flashlight was pointed at me, but his face remained unclear, hidden by his hood. "Come with me," he said in a strange tone. I replied that I needed to head back to my tent. I thought it was odd, especially since he was always so friendly, and we were having a great time on the trip with our families. Back at the tent, we all decided to sleep. I lay in bed, holding the candy, thinking I'd thank him properly the next day. The morning came, and I approached him as he was sipping his coffee. "Thanks for the candy," I said. He looked puzzled. "Candy? What candy?" he replied, sounding confused. I thought he might be joking, but as the conversation continued, I realized he wasn't. He insisted he hadn't been at the lake the night before. My mom, who had overheard us, came out of the tent and joined the conversation. Things were getting stranger by the second. I went back to my tent and retrieved the candy to show them. All the adults and my friends looked alarmed and unsettled. "Who was that person at the lake?" they asked. I immediately threw the candy away as we hurriedly packed our things. We left the campsite as quickly as we could. This took place when I was in high school. My friends and I went on a camping trip deep in the woods. After finishing dinner, we were cleaning up, joking around, when suddenly, I heard a loud thud. From the looks on my friends' faces, I could tell they had heard it too. It sounded like something had dropped right by our tent. It was dark, so we grabbed flashlights and went to find out what caused it. We found something large and white on the ground, which looked like an animal. We were scared, and we pointed our flashlights at it from a distance. The longer we stared, the more it seemed like a human body. It had pale, balding hair. We cautiously approached, but something felt off. Its limbs were twisted at strange angles. We rushed closer and realized just how serious this was. When we got a better look, we saw that it wasn't a human being, though it was about the size of one. It was a mannequin. Who would throw that at us? We scanned the area with our flashlights, but no one was nearby. We hadn't heard any footsteps or anything when it happened. We had been camping deep in the forest and hadn't seen anyone the entire day. One of our friends volunteered to keep watch while the rest of us packed up quickly. We rushed to leave, abandoning that eerie mannequin lying face down in the dirt. When I was in elementary school, I went on a 2-night camping trip organized by the school during the summer break. The campsite was about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. It was a genuine camping experience. Even though it was technically a campsite, it wasn't very well kept. There was a kitchen and a bathroom, which was a relief since it wasn't just tents. However, the place wasn't in great condition. Everything looked old and worn out. The bathroom was more like an outhouse, to be honest, located far out in a field. The campsite was close to some swampland, and on the other side, there was a steep cliff. Even as a kid, I thought it was a really dangerous place to camp. There were plenty of activities to do, like hiking and fishing during the day, and campfires and dares at night. On the first night, I accepted one of these dares. I thought it would be simple, but it turned out to be different from the usual dares we did. We called them tests of courage, and they weren't usually this intense. This particular dare was created by the teachers, and it went like this. Go into the woods alone at night without a flashlight and stay there for a while. There were rules too. If you screamed or ran, you'd alert the wild animals and become one of the kids who go missing. That's what the teacher said. I understand now that they were just trying to make it fun for us, and I'm sure we were safe, but looking back, it does seem odd. We were told to stand in the woods, in total darkness, and complete silence until one of the teachers came back for us. Even though I didn't really want to do it, I went along with it. I was far from home, far from civilization, and I was an obedient kid, so I followed the teachers with their flashlights into the woods. It was so dark, and all I could hear was the hum of insects and the slow rustle of the trees. We reached the spot, and the teachers turned off their flashlights, and I heard them walk away, stepping over broken branches and through thick bushes. When the flashlights turned off, there was nothing but pure darkness around me. There should have been other kids nearby doing the same dare, but I couldn't hear anyone. I couldn't tell if my eyes were open or closed. It was that dark. The air felt thick and warm, and it seemed to cling to my skin. I heard some rustling in the bushes and a distant bark from a wild animal. I hoped it was far away, but it was hard to tell. In reality, I was probably only out there for a few minutes, maybe 5 at the most, but it felt like an eternity. I felt completely alone in the world. Then, suddenly, the flashlights appeared out of nowhere, shining right at me. I was relieved. The teachers came back, and we all walked back to the campsite together. Our teachers were saying we were lucky that nothing strange happened this year. We joked around, and I guess I felt brave and grown up. The rest of the night was uneventful. The next day, I noticed my friend, who had done the dare around the same time as me, seemed really scared. She kept staring at the cliffs, and when I asked her what was wrong, she just said, "Can't you see them?" I looked at her, confused. "Look down there," she said, taking me to the edge of the field near the cliffs. When I looked down, I couldn't see anything. All I saw was a stream flowing below, but my friend looked like she was about to cry. She said she could see 2 kids down there, a boy and a girl, but I couldn't. She was shouting, saying there were kids with red faces down there. The teachers came over to check on her and try to calm her down, but just like me, they couldn't see what she was talking about. I was worried about my friend, but life on the campsite went on. Kids, as you know, have short attention spans, so we all eventually forgot about it. That night, I was very tired, but many of the other kids were still awake, talking and laughing. I was snuggled in my sleeping bag, about to fall asleep when I heard the tone of the conversation shift. The excitement turned into tension. I heard whispers, and when I poked my head out of my sleeping bag, I saw 2 girls leaning over a third girl, who was sitting on the floor, looking like she was in pain. "It hurts," she said, crying. She complained of feeling crushed, and right before our eyes, her body bent forward so much that her chin nearly touched the floor, like something heavy was pressing down on her. She screamed and cried, and everyone in the tent panicked. The tent was one of those large outdoor ones, and it all happened so fast. It was so chaotic and frightening. I had never heard anyone scream like that before. The teachers rushed in, one of them carrying a bottle of salt. They sprinkled it around and started patting the girl on the back. Miraculously, she stopped crying, got up, and was fine, like nothing had happened. After that, nothing else of note occurred. We went home without any more incidents. On the bus ride back, I talked with some of my friends and some other kids who weren't in our group about what happened. Some kids had different experiences. One of them said that when they went to the outhouse at night, they saw a kid they didn't recognize just standing there, staring at them. Other kids said they saw humanoid shadows moving around. I was really surprised to hear that so many of us had unusual experiences. The mountains are definitely an odd place. My friend, who had seen the kids with red faces, has been afraid of the mountains ever since that trip. I can't even remember why I wanted to go on that trip in the first place. It feels like a half-forgotten memory, like it was in some strange space between reality and dream. This took place many years ago during the fall when my parents told me we would be going on a camping trip. They said I could bring a friend along, and I was beyond excited. I knew it would be a fun experience. When the weekend finally arrived, my parents, my friend, and I drove up into the mountains. It was just a short, one-night trip, but it was more than enough for me. This happened back when camping wasn't as popular as it is now. When we got to the campsite, we were surprised to see that there were no other campers around. It felt a bit lonely at first, but I quickly shook that feeling off since I was just a kid. And to me, the campsite felt like our own private playground. We played by a nearby stream, explored the woods, and later that evening, we had a campfire and cooked up a barbecue. It was a blast. Just before bedtime, however, my friend's mood changed. Normally, he was full of confidence, but as soon as the sun set, he became quiet and seemed uneasy. Soon, with tears in his eyes, he told me he wanted to go home. By the time he asked, it was already too late. My parents had had a drink and we were getting ready for bed. We crawled into our sleeping bags, surrounded by the eerie sounds of the forest. The night was creepy, but we eventually managed to fall asleep without any issues. The next morning, we decided to head home early. We had planned to stay a bit longer, but my friend was clearly shaken, and it seemed like everyone just wanted to leave. We left before it even started to get light. I don't remember the exact time, but the sense of urgency was clear as we packed up and left. When we got home, it was still early, and my parents went upstairs, saying they were going to nap. I heard some noise from up there, but I didn't think much of it. Feeling exhausted, I sat down on the couch and fell asleep while watching cartoons. I woke up when the house phone rang. At the time, we didn't have caller IDs, so I had no idea who it was. I was hoping it might be my grandpa. My parents didn't come down to answer, so the phone just kept ringing, so I picked it up. "Hello, good morning," said a voice I didn't recognize. The person sounded close to my age, maybe a little older, and her voice was a bit youthful. The more I think about it, I wonder if it was actually someone older with a young-sounding voice. I didn't give my phone number to many people, so it was odd. I didn't say anything at first, just listening. The voice continued, "Camp was fun last night. The barbecue was really tasty, especially the shrimp. It was funny when your friend, who's usually so confident, started crying because he was homesick." I remained silent, still a bit sleepy but slowly becoming more awake. Something felt off and I began to get scared. There were only 4 of us at the campsite. How could someone else know all of that? I couldn't figure it out on my own, so I asked the voice, "How do you know all that?" There was a long silence on the other end, a silence that felt almost shocked. Then the voice answered, "Because we were together the entire time." The phone clicked, and the dial tone followed. I was absolutely freaked out, but my first thought was that it had to be my friend playing a prank. I called him right away, but he swore he hadn't told anyone about the camping trip, except his parents. He even told me he had been so embarrassed about his homesickness that he hadn't told anyone else. When my parents finally came downstairs, I asked them if they had given our number to anyone or told anyone about the trip. They assured me they hadn't. The only person they gave our number to was the one who reserved the campsite for us. In the end, I'm still not sure what happened. Part of me hopes it was just a prank, but there's a part of me that can't shake the feeling that someone was watching us that night in the woods. The last words I heard on the phone still haunt me, because we were together the entire time. Last winter, I went on a camping trip with a few coworkers. The campsite was on land owned by a relative of one of my colleagues, his uncle. The uncle had passed away some time ago, and the land had been left untouched, slowly becoming wilder each year. As soon as we arrived, my colleague mentioned that the area was tougher to navigate than he expected. There was a river, a steep hill, and dense woods surrounding the campsite in every direction. Felt completely isolated. We set up our tent near the riverbank. Some parts had gravel, but we found a decent spot. We built a fire and cooked dinner, enjoying the peaceful surroundings. The evening was calm as we sat around the fire, talking late into the night. Since the land belonged to my friend's late uncle, we didn't have to worry about disturbing anyone. As the night wore on, we began to wind down, and I was telling a story when I noticed that my colleagues weren't really paying attention to me. They seemed distracted, looking behind me, across the river. I turned to look and saw a shadowy figure on the opposite side of the river. It was hard to make out any details in the dark, but it looked like a person. The fire was the only light we had, so visibility was poor. The mood immediately changed. There was an uncomfortable tension as everyone started to get uneasy. The figure didn't belong there, and it felt like someone was watching us. We whispered about it, and soon the figure seemed to hear us. It vanished into the dark. My colleague stood up and said he needed to check things out. Without waiting, he crossed an old, rickety bridge over the river, heading into the darkness. He told us to stay by the campfire. I thought it was brave of him to go alone, especially since if he had waited a little while, we could have all gone together. But it was his family's land, so I figured he had the right to do so. Plus, the drinks we had shared earlier likely gave him some extra confidence. We heard his footsteps fade as he moved farther into the woods. The forest seemed alive with sounds, and it was hard to recapture the relaxed atmosphere we had before noticing the figure. After a few minutes, we heard footsteps again, and we thought he was returning to camp. But the sound changed direction, moving back into the woods. One of my colleagues called out, asking what he was doing, and then the footsteps turned into a sprint, heading deeper into the forest. It was eerie and unsettling. We were all a little shaken now, wondering where our friend had gone. More footsteps followed, and this time I grabbed an empty beer bottle, just in case we had to defend ourselves. But then I saw my colleague's face appear in the campfire light. He had returned and sat down with us. He said there was no one out there, maybe it was just a trick of the shadows. We told him about the footsteps we heard, and he seemed uneasy. Things were definitely getting strange. None of us wanted to stay there any longer, but no one was willing to be the first to suggest leaving. Then, more sounds came from the woods. Footsteps, rocks being thrown, and other unsettling noises. It was clear now, there were people out there, and they didn't mean us any good. We packed up quickly and left. We never saw anyone, but whoever had been out there knew the land better than my colleague did. We never figured out what exactly happened, but I'm glad we didn't stick around to find out what would come next. Thank you. At the end of last summer, 2 friends and I decided to go camping by a nearby lake. We drove to the campground, set up our tents, and prepared dinner. Everything was going smoothly, and we were having a great time. We started a campfire and sat around it chatting for a while. It was still hours before we planned to sleep, so we passed the time talking about the lake, which was known to take several lives each year. Some locals claimed it was a place where people went to end their lives, while others believed the lake was dangerous because it had very deep, murky water, full of tangled weeds, tree limbs, and thick silt on the bottom that made it nearly impossible to escape. As we sat by the fire, we all noticed some strange lights across the lake. Since there were other campsites around the water, we assumed it was just another group camping. We didn't think much of it at first. However, after some time, I noticed the lights were growing bigger and brighter. We kept talking, but the lights drew our attention again. This time, they seemed to be moving toward us, growing brighter as they approached. The lights were moving much too quickly to be from a boat, and motorboats were prohibited on this lake. Before we knew it, the light was right at the edge of our campsite, and then it was directly overhead. It was as if we were slowly engulfed by the light. No matter which way I looked, all I could see was pure brightness. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. The whole thing lasted no more than 3 seconds. I clearly remember that my friends and I were sitting around the fire smoking before the light appeared. When the light was approaching, I saw my friend light a cigarette, but by the time the light passed, he dropped it because it had burned all the way down to the filter. It had burned his fingers, causing him pain. A fresh cigarette doesn't burn that fast in just 3 seconds. It was strange, but the weird part came after that. We realized we had no cigarettes left, as if they had vanished. The situation became even stranger when my friend, who had been burned, started screaming, not understanding what had just happened. His screams were the first thing I heard after the light had passed. I think I was in some sort of daze until that moment. When I looked around, I found myself standing knee-deep in the lake. My friend was also waist-deep, and our other friend was silently wading deeper into the lake. We screamed at him, but he didn't answer. We tried to reach him as quickly as we could, but it's hard to run in water. We were also sinking as we moved. I decided to swim instead, and the dirty water filled my mouth. I reached him first, since I was farther out in the lake, and I slapped him on the back and shook him until he came to his senses. None of us knew what had happened or how we ended up in the lake, but I'll tell you this. If my friend hadn't been smoking, things could have ended very differently. The lake is incredibly deep in the middle, and my friend was almost submerged to his chest. I shudder to think about what could have happened if we hadn't reached him in time. The possibility of drowning was very real. I still have nightmares about walking deeper and deeper into the dark, muddy water, unable to stop myself, watching the light above me fade as I sank lower and lower to the bottom. I now understand just how dangerous that lake is. I still don't know what that light was. Was it something paranormal or alien? I'll probably never find out. What I do know is that I'll never go back to that lake. We quickly got out of the water, dried off, packed up the car, and left, leaving most of our things behind. After that, nothing else happened, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was supposed to be a simple weekend retreat, a camping trip meant to bring the family closer together. My parents had recently purchased an old camper, a vintage relic from the late 60s. It was faded, with patches of rust dotting its surface, but still usable. Dad was eager to take it out for a test run, so we loaded it up and drove to a secluded camping area nestled deep in the forest. My brother, Mike, who was 8 years older than me, wasn't thrilled about the idea but came along anyway, his headphones glued to his head the entire ride. I was 5 at the time, but the events of that weekend are etched in my mind as if they happened yesterday. We arrived at the campsite just before sunset. The place was unsettlingly quiet. Not a single other camper was there. Tall evergreens surrounded the clearing, their shadows stretching long in the fading light. There was a strange heaviness to the air, something I couldn't quite grasp as a child. Mom seemed uneasy too, though she dismissed it as nerves. Dad just laughed it off, joking that the area probably had some bad vibes or something silly like that. That evening, we built a fire and tried to enjoy some family time. I burned my fingers on sticky marshmallows as we made s'mores, and we roasted hot dogs over the flames. But the silence around us felt unnatural, too absolute. The usual nighttime sounds, crickets, distant owls, were completely absent. As the darkness deepened, we retreated to the camper, chalking the eerie quiet up to being far from civilization. Mom tucked me into bed beside her while Dad and Mike settled into their own spots. I wasn't sleepy, having dozed off during the car ride, so I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The camper creaked faintly in the cool night air. That's when it began. A loud thud jolted me upright. The entire camper shook violently, as though something massive had slammed into it. Mom grabbed me, her face pale and terrified. She called for Dad and Mike, but neither responded. They were out cold, as if under some unnatural spell. The thudding intensified, coming from every direction, as though something was circling us. It pounded the thin walls of the camper, shaking it so hard that it felt like it might collapse. Then came the scratching, long, screeching claws dragging across the roof, making my spine tingle. Mom's hands trembled as she reached for her prayer book. Her voice wavered as she started reciting prayers aloud. Whatever was outside seemed to react, growing more frenzied, slamming against the windows and doors with greater force. Curiosity got the better of me. I peeked through the curtains despite Mom's protests. I saw a shadow, a distorted figure hunched low, its body covered in thick, rough skin. It moved unnaturally fast, its shape barely resembling anything from this world. It wasn't a bear or any animal I recognized. The assault continued for hours. The camper groaned under the pressure of the attacks, and Mom's prayers were the only thing that seemed to keep the creature from breaking in. At one point, Dad's breathing became shallow, as if he was suffocating. Mom shook him awake, but he slipped back into unconsciousness moments later. Mike stirred briefly, muttering about a strange dream before falling back into a deep sleep. I clung to Mom, too scared to close my eyes. Her whispered prayers grew weaker as the hours dragged on, her voice hoarse and strained. Outside, the pounding and scratching never ceased, becoming more erratic and desperate as the night wore on. When the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, the attacks began to subside. Whatever had tormented us seemed to lose its strength with the rising sun. Finally, the pounding stopped altogether. Mike woke up as if nothing had happened. Ignoring Mom's warnings, he insisted on stepping outside to grab his sneakers, which he'd left by the fire pit. Despite everything, his brand new shoes were his biggest concern. He returned moments later, visibly shaken. "You need to see this," he said, his face pale. We cautiously stepped outside. The camper was covered in deep gashes, each mark as wide as my hand. The ground was imprinted with massive three-toed footprints, each one larger than a dinner plate. Whatever had attacked us wasn't human, and it wasn't anything from the natural world. Dad eventually woke up, groggy and unaware of the night's events. When Mom showed him the claw marks and tracks, he shrugged it off, calling it the work of wild animals or overactive imaginations. But Mom wasn't taking any chances. She insisted we leave immediately, and for once, Dad didn't argue. We packed up faster than ever and drove away, the weight of the woods' eerie silence following us. Back home, we discovered another blow waiting for us. Mike's pet cat, Shadow, had been left in the trailer by mistake, trapped with the heater on for days. The poor thing was barely alive. We rushed Shadow to the vet, but it was too late. Mom was devastated, convinced it was a final act of malice from the creature we'd encountered. The camper was sold shortly after, Mom certain it was cursed. It eventually ended up with a relative, but that's another story. Even now, years later, I remember that night vividly. Mom and I still talk about it sometimes, though Dad and Mike prefer to pretend it never happened. But I know what I saw. There's darkness out there, lurking in the quiet corners of the world. If you ever find yourself camping far from civilization, pay attention to the silence. Sometimes it hides things that should never be disturbed. We decided to test out the old Trailblazer camper we had recently acquired. If you're unfamiliar, it's a compact pop-up trailer that folds flat, making it easy to tow behind a car. Our destination was the remote and untamed Driftwood National Reserve in eastern Kentucky. Specifically, We were headed to a spot called Stone Ridge Valley near Clear Creek, known for its breathtaking rock formations and deep ravines. The drive was serene, filled with the soft rustle of leaves in the wind and the occasional trill of a bird. But the calm was deceptive. Stone Ridge Valley has a reputation for its eerie quiet, a stillness that feels as if the forest is holding its breath. Our campsite was perched at the edge of a steep drop, far from any modern conveniences. No water or electric hookups, just a fire pit, a weathered picnic table, and a lone outhouse nearby. We hadn't passed another car since entering the park. It felt like we had stepped into a forgotten corner of the earth. My husband, Dan, and our 3-year-old daughter, Lily, got busy setting up the camper. Lily, always curious, was more interested in gathering rocks and twigs than helping her dad. I wandered off to gather firewood, the late afternoon sun casting long, eerie shadows through the dense forest. It felt like an ordinary camping trip, at least at first, but an unsettling sense of being watched began to creep over me the moment we arrived. It was hard to pinpoint why. Perhaps it was the way the trees seemed to murmur in a language I couldn't understand, or how the birds suddenly stopped singing. I shook it off and focused on collecting wood. When I returned to the campsite, arms full, Dan was still fiddling with the camper latch. "Where's Lily?" I asked, noticing she wasn't beside him. "She's right," he started, but his words trailed off, his face pale as he realized she was gone. Panic set in instantly. We called her name, frantically scanning the area around the campsite. My heart raced. She was just a toddler, far too young and small to be alone in a forest like this. Dropping to my knees, I searched for any sign. Tiny footprints, a snapped twig. My voice cracked as I called her name, but the forest seemed to swallow every sound. The silence was suffocating. "I'll run back to the ranger station for help," Dan said, his voice trembling. "You keep looking. Go," I urged, my eyes never leaving the ground. I knew every passing second mattered. The sun was sinking, and soon it would be too dark to see anything. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. A small, dark figure darting between the trees on the far ridge. My breath caught. It looked like a child, but not Lily. This figure seemed older, maybe 6 or 7, and moved almost too quickly to follow. Without thinking, I sprinted after it, crashing through the underbrush. "Lily!" I screamed, hoping this shadowy figure would somehow lead me to her. It stayed just out of reach, its features blurred by the dim light. My chest burned as I ran, and doubt began to creep in. What if I was being lured deeper into the forest? I stopped abruptly, forcing myself to think. The forest around me seemed to shift and darken, the trees leaning in as though to trap me. Then I heard it, a faint whisper, neither human nor animal. It was ancient and carried a chilling weight. "Leave a trail," a raspy voice inside my head urged. Grabbing at low-hanging branches, I snapped twigs and scattered leaves as I went, hoping to mark my way back. The shadowy figure appeared again, closer this time. Its form was clearer now, its eyes dull but glowing faintly, like embers. It pointed deeper into the forest and whispered, "This way." Fear gripped me, but I followed. I had no choice. If there was any chance it could lead me to Lily, I had to take it. The forest seemed to warp around me, the air growing colder and heavier. After what felt like an eternity, I emerged into a small clearing. At its center stood a massive, ancient tree with a hollowed trunk that seemed to stretch into darkness. I froze. A faint whimper echoed from inside the hollow. My heart leapt. "Lily!" I called, my voice shaking. Peering into the darkness, I saw her huddled at the back of the hollow, her small frame trembling. Tears blurred my vision as I reached in and pulled her into my arms. "Mommy!" she cried, clinging to me. "Where were you? What happened?" I asked, my voice breaking. "I was with the boy," she said, pointing back into the hollow. "He told me to hide here. He said it was safe." I turned to look, but the shadow was gone. Only darkness remained. Clutching Lily tightly, I retraced my steps, following the trail of broken branches and disturbed leaves. When we finally made it back to the campsite, Dan was there with a park ranger and a few volunteers. Relief washed over their faces when they saw us. As I recounted what had happened, the ranger's expression grew grim. "That boy," he said quietly. "He's part of an old story. Locals say he's the spirit of a child who disappeared here years ago. They say he helps lost kids, but not everyone who follows him makes it back." We left that night, cutting our trip short. Even now, years later, I can't forget the hollow tree or the whispers in the forest. Whether the shadow boy was a protector or something more sinister, I'll never know. One thing is certain: I've never gone back to Stone Ridge Valley, and I never will. It was the final holiday season we spent together. My mom, ever thoughtful, handed me a big tin filled with mixed popcorn, a family tradition for this time of year. The container stood nearly a foot tall, decorated with a peaceful image of a snow-covered village. After the popcorn was gone, I decided to use the tin to store old photos that had been scattered in boxes and drawers over time. Inside, I tucked away snapshots of family barbecues, road trips, and casual moments with friends. It became a little time capsule, preserving happy memories. Every now and then, I'd pull it out to relive those moments. But as the months passed, I noticed something strange. Each time I opened it, the number of photos seemed to dwindle. At first, I thought I'd misplaced some pictures, maybe taken them out and forgotten. But it kept happening. The once full tin was slowly becoming empty. No one else had access to it, and I hadn't moved them. As another December approached, I decided to finally organize the photos into albums, a task I had been postponing for years. I brought out the tin, now much lighter than I remembered. Among the sparse collection were the pictures my mom had given me before she passed, still tucked inside. I set them aside, planning to sort them later. But life got busy, and they stayed untouched. One quiet evening, just days before Christmas, I found myself alone in the living room. The soft glow of holiday lights filled the room as I watched a movie. My thoughts wandered to past Christmases and the loved ones no longer with me. The house felt unusually quiet, the absence of my mom, my sister, and others weighing on my heart. Sitting there, I mentally greeted each of them, whispering, "Hello and Merry Christmas." Tears filled my eyes as memories of their laughter and love warmed me. Eventually, I fell asleep on the couch. On Christmas Eve, I decided to look through the photos again. I reached for the tin, intending to find a specific one. When I lifted the lid, my heart skipped a beat. On top were photos of everyone I had been thinking about just days before. My mom, my grandparents, and my sister smiling with her favorite cat. One picture of my sister was completely unfamiliar to me. It felt strange since we had so few pictures of her to begin with. How had it gotten there? And why were all these specific photos suddenly at the top, perfectly matching the order in which I had remembered them? I sat there, stunned, pulling out each picture. They were carefully arranged, as though someone had deliberately placed them there. My logical mind tried to explain it. Maybe I had moved them myself and forgotten. But deep down, I knew this was different. The arrangement was too exact, too meaningful. The room was silent as I held the photo of my sister, staring at her smile, the one I had missed for so long. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a message. They were reaching out, saying, "We're still here. Merry Christmas." Tears rolled down my cheeks, but this time they weren't from sadness. They were from gratitude. I had felt their presence before, A familiar scent in the air, a fleeting shadow, but never like this. Never so clear. In that moment, I understood that love transcends time and space. The bonds we share with those who've passed don't vanish. They change. The ones we miss may not be physically here, but they're never far. As I gently returned the photos to the tin, I whispered, "Thank you. Merry Christmas." I felt certain they heard me. That Christmas was different. It wasn't about gifts or decorations. It was about the reminder that love endures, even across realms. The popcorn tin still sits on my shelf, a treasured keepsake. It holds more than just pictures, it holds a message from beyond. They say the holidays are a time for miracles, and I believe it now more than ever. I never thought I'd receive such a gift from the other side. It's one I'll carry with me forever. A reminder that love never truly fades and that those we miss are always near, whispering their love from beyond. The event happened back when I was in 7th grade. Our school had arranged a 3-day, 2-night camping trip, a thrilling idea for a group of kids eager for adventure. But our excitement quickly faded when we arrived at the campground and discovered it was situated right beside an old, neglected burial ground. The air was thick and muggy, and the rustling of the nearby trees sounded almost like whispered warnings of danger. The campsite had 2 large wooden lodges, one for the boys and another for the girls. Inside, the cabins were lined with rows of creaky bunk beds stacked in pairs. Despite the unsettling surroundings, the first day was filled with typical camping activities: nature walks, games, and a campfire. By the time night fell, everyone was tired and we went to bed early. I climbed into the top bunk, still jittery with a mix of nerves and excitement, being a bit of a scaredy cat at that age. Around 3 a.m., I suddenly woke up. The cabin was pitch black except for the faint glow of moonlight slipping through the cracks in the wooden walls. Then I heard it, a strange muffled sound, like someone trying to cry out but holding back. I squinted into the darkness, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The noise led me to the far corner of the cabin, near the door. There, on a lower bunk, a girl from another class was writhing in her bed, her face frozen in terror. She was desperately shaking her friend, trying to wake her. My chest tightened with fear as I leaned forward to get a better look at what was scaring her so much. That's when I saw it. A shadowy figure stood next to her bed, partially hidden in the gloom. It was the shape of an elderly woman with wild, matted white hair falling over her face. Her skin looked pale and decayed, and she wore a torn, dirt-streaked gown. But the most horrifying thing was her face, or what was left of it. Her sunken eyes were hollow, and in the middle of her forehead, there was a grotesque third eye, large and unblinking. Her cracked lips curled into a chilling grin as she pointed a bony finger, her long nails blackened and jagged. The woman didn't move. She just stood there, staring intently at the trembling girl, as if savoring her terror. Couldn't breathe. The bed beneath me groaned softly as I tried not to shift, petrified that any sound might draw her attention to me. The girl eventually gave up trying to wake her friend and scurried to the far side of the bed, hiding under her blanket. But the figure didn't disappear. She remained there, looming, her eerie grin fixed on the shaking girl beneath the covers. I couldn't take it anymore. I slid under my blanket, squeezing my eyes shut and holding my breath, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I stayed like that, frozen in fear, until exhaustion finally overtook me. When morning arrived, I was relieved to find that nothing else had happened during the night. But our ordeal was far from over. The second night brought even greater terror. After a small outdoor music performance, my friends and I decided to visit the bathroom before going to bed. The toilets were located at the edge of the burial ground, far from the cabins. The night was pitch black, and we had only a dim flashlight to guide us. The restroom had 3 stalls, and the lights inside weren't working. The air felt damp and suffocating, thick with the scent of wet soil and mold. We took turns, one person holding the door for light, one standing guard, and one using the stall. I went last, and just as I was finishing, my friends outside started shouting my name. "Hurry up! There's something on the ceiling!" one of them yelled. My stomach dropped. My hands shook as I rushed to pull up my pants, but I didn't dare look up. When I finally opened the stall door, my friends were already bolting out of the restroom, screaming. I didn't look back either. I just ran as fast as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. As we raced toward the cabins, we heard heavy footsteps behind us, growing louder and faster, like something was chasing us. Whatever it was dangerously close. I could almost feel its breath on my neck. We didn't dare turn around. We just kept running until we reached the main hall, where the other campers were gathered. The footsteps stopped abruptly. We turned to look, gasping for air, but there was nothing there, only silence. That night, I switched to a lower bunk, but it did little to ease my nerves. Sleep eluded me, and I lay awake, staring at the wooden beams above. Around 4 a.m., a soft tapping sound began at the window behind my bed. The taps grew louder, accompanied by the slow, shuffling sound of footsteps outside. They circled the cabin, crunching through the gravel, pacing back and forth. Panicking, I tried to wake my bunkmate, but she wouldn't budge. Desperate, I climbed into the top bunk with another friend and buried myself under her blanket. She stirred slightly, muttering in her sleep, but I didn't care. I just needed to feel hidden. Eventually, the sounds faded, and I must have drifted off. When morning came, the sunlight brought a fleeting sense of safety. We packed our belongings, eager to leave. As the bus pulled away, I glanced back at the burial ground. The twisted trees swayed gently in the wind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen was watching us. I've never gone back to that campsite, and I never plan to. Camping near a graveyard might be unlucky, but I'm convinced it's more than that. Some places blur the line between the living and the dead, and sometimes what lingers there doesn't just want to be noticed. It wants to follow you home. Around 5 years ago, curiosity led me and a close friend to one of the most enigmatic places in Ishigaki Island, the revered mangrove woods. Known in local lore as the dwelling of the mythical Yuta spirits, these childlike beings are described as both playful and capricious. Locals often tell tales of their fiery red hair and mischievous nature, capable of bestowing luck or chaos depending on their whims. What we experienced during that trip, however, surpassed anything we had imagined and left an indelible mark on our memories. Our journey began innocently. Having already explored much of Ishigaki, we had heard whispers of the spirits associated with these woods. This time, we hired a local expert, a photographer well-versed in the island's folklore and traditions. He offered to guide us to one of the oldest mangrove clusters, said to be deeply linked to the Yuta spirits. With a cheerful grin, he joked about how we might catch a glimpse of one if we were lucky, though his lightheartedness couldn't entirely mask the mysterious aura surrounding our destination. As we reached the forest's edge, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the tangled roots and sprawling branches of the mangroves. The humid air clung to us, and despite the warmth, a shiver ran down my spine. Our guide pointed out the largest tree in the area. "This is believed to be where the Yuta gather," he explained. "They're like Okinawa's version of protective spirits, but with a temper. They might bless you or cause trouble if you cross them." He shared a chilling tale of a villager who had offended the spirits by cutting down a sacred tree, only to face relentless bad luck until he sought forgiveness at a shrine. That evening, we checked into a small inn overlooking the mangroves. Our room was on the second floor, with a balcony offering a view of the dense forest. As night fell, my friends stood on the balcony, breathing in the cool night air, while I sorted out our travel plans back to Hokkaido. The stillness of the night was shattered when she called me over. "You've got to see this," she whispered, her voice tinged with excitement and unease. I joined her and followed her gaze toward the tallest mangrove tree. The night was eerily quiet. No breeze, no rustling leaves. Yet the branches of that tree swayed, as if someone or something was climbing through it. "Do you see that?" she asked. "There's no wind, but that tree is moving." Squinting, I tried to make sense of it. "Maybe it's a ranger or an animal," I suggested, though the thought felt hollow. The forest was uninhabited, and the movements were too deliberate, as if something with purpose was scaling the tree. Neither of us dared venture into the woods. Instead, we locked the balcony doors and tried to sleep, though the oppressive heat and an ever-growing sense of dread kept us wide awake. Sometime later, faint footsteps outside our room jolted us upright. The soft padding was accompanied by a melodic hum, reminiscent of a children's lullaby. My heart pounded as I strained to hear it. A chorus of childlike voices, their tones both enchanting and unnervingly hollow. "Stay here," I whispered to my friend, grabbing a flashlight and stepping cautiously onto the balcony. The singing grew louder but seemed to drift from everywhere and nowhere. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed fleeting shapes darting among the mangrove shadows. Small, childlike figures moved too swiftly to catch a proper look. Their movements seemed to encircle the inn, as if they were toying with us. Terrified, I retreated inside. The rest of the night was a haze of unease, each creak and rustle heightening our fear. At dawn, we described our experience to the guide. His demeanor shifted to seriousness. "You might have encountered the forest spirits," he said gravely. "People have reported hearing voices or seeing strange figures at night. The Yuta are usually harmless, but they don't take kindly to trespassers." Determined to find a rational explanation, we scoured the area for signs of visitors. Footprints, broken branches, anything. But the ground was pristine, the forest undisturbed, as if no one had been there. Before leaving, I returned to the balcony one last time. In the daylight, the mangrove tree looked ordinary, its ancient branches swaying softly in the breeze. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen lingered just beyond the shadows. To this day, I'm unsure of what we encountered. Were they truly the Yuta or something far older and more enigmatic? Whatever the case, that memory serves as a reminder. Some legends are more than mere stories, and certain places blur the boundary between our world and the unknown. It was roughly 5 years ago when I encountered something I still can't fully understand. The memory clings to me vividly, sending shivers down my spine whenever I pass by an old wooden display case. It all started on a calm evening as I watched a late-night documentary about an unresolved mystery from years before. The program focused on the tragic passing of a young girl who was killed during a family camping trip. Though the incident had happened 15 years earlier, it had recently resurfaced, drawing fresh attention. I felt a strange unease while watching, but nothing could have prepared me for what followed. Around 10:30 p.m., I turned off the television and walked into the dining area. In that room stood an antique display case, an heirloom from my grandmother. It had tall glass panels that reflected everything like a mirror. I had walked past it countless times without a second thought. But that night, something was different. As I passed, my reflection in the glass caught my eye, and I wasn't alone. Beside me was the faint image of a young girl, her pale face framed by dark shadows under her eyes. Her expression was sorrowful yet angry, and she looked eerily familiar. It didn't take long to realize she was the same girl from the documentary I had just seen. She seemed ghostly, dressed in a plain white gown with bare feet. The way she looked at me was unsettling, as though she wasn't just observing but trying to communicate an unspoken sadness. Time felt frozen. I stood there, paralyzed by fear, my heartbeat racing but my body unable to move. Her hollow eyes locked onto mine, radiating a mix of despair and quiet rage. The weight of her emotions pressed against me, as if she were silently pleading for me to understand her pain. I couldn't break away from her gaze, though every second felt endless. When I finally snapped out of it, sheer panic took over. I ran from the dining room, tears streaming down my face. My breathing was ragged, and when I found my parents, all I could do was sob uncontrollably. My words were incoherent, and the overwhelming fear left me lightheaded. I didn't tell them exactly what I had seen. They wouldn't have believed me. Who would? For days, I avoided the dining room even during daylight hours. I couldn't go near that display case. The image of the girl haunted my thoughts, and I woke up at night drenched in sweat, convinced she was still watching me from the shadows. It wasn't just fear. It was grief, a deep sadness I couldn't explain. It felt like I had glimpsed something beyond a simple spirit, a sorrow so heavy it lingered in this world. Later, I discovered the girl's death had occurred not far from where I lived. Her case had gone cold, and her killer was never caught. The thought that her spirit might be seeking justice, or just someone to acknowledge her pain, left a lasting mark on me. Was that why she appeared to me? Did she know I had seen her story and hoped I would recognize her anguish? One final detail haunts me, something I've never told anyone. About a week later, I mustered the courage to step back into the dining room. I convinced myself it was all in my head, a trick of the light or the influence of the documentary. But when I approached the display case, a chill ran through me. The glass had a faint fog, like someone had breathed on it. In the condensation were tiny smudges, handprints that appeared to be from a child. They were too high to belong to any kid I knew, and their placement suggested they had been made from inside the case. I've since moved away from that house, but the memory of that night lingers. I often wonder if the girl has found peace or if she still waits, hoping someone will hear her story and remember her. All I can do is hope that, wherever she is, she's finally at rest, free from the sorrow that bound her to that reflection. I've always been fascinated by paranormal tales shared on this platform, quietly intrigued by the accounts others post. I never imagined I'd have one of my own to share, but seeing how supportive this community is, I figured it was time. Maybe someone here can help explain what I experienced or, at the very least, find the story worth their time. This happened roughly 4 years ago when I was working as a high school teacher. My graduating class was just a couple of months away from their final day of school. That year, instead of the usual field trip, the school decided on something different, a camping trip in a forested area. 3 days and 2 nights filled with outdoor adventures, just the students, a few chosen staff members, and plenty of nature. The excitement was infectious, and even I found myself looking forward to it. The day of the trip arrived, and faculty members involved were asked to come in early to prepare. It was mid-March and the mornings were still cold, with a heavy mist blanketing everything. I remember reaching the school at about 4:30 a.m., thinking I might have arrived too early because the parking lot was almost empty, save for the security guards on duty. Our school was well known in the region, recognized for its history and prestige. The high school section was located in one of the oldest wings of the campus, sharing the space with the administration and library buildings. As I made my way through the long corridors toward the staff room, an unsettling silence filled the air. The dimly lit hallways and the sound of my own footsteps echoed eerily, amplifying the strange feeling that something wasn't quite right. Our office was next to the headmaster's and the guidance counselor's rooms. When I arrived, it was clear I was the first one there. The lights were off and the space was empty. I flipped on the lights and went straight to my desk to make some tea while waiting for the others to show up. A few minutes later, something caught my eye. A movement in the hallway outside the large window near the office door. I saw someone walking briskly past. Assuming it was either the headmaster or the guidance counselor heading to their office, I didn't think much of it. The figure's quick pace and their silhouette made me believe it was the headmaster. I simply wondered why he was there so early. After a while, I decided to visit the restroom and then say good morning to whoever had arrived. But when I reached the headmaster's office, the lights were still off, and the room was empty. Confused, I stood at the doorway, my mind racing. I was certain I had seen someone go inside. Just then, a cheerful voice behind me startled me. "Good morning." It was the guidance counselor, who had just arrived and was setting up at her desk. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. She noticed my flustered expression and asked if I was all right. I gave a shaky response. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just got here early. Have you seen the headmaster?" She looked puzzled as she unpacked her things. "No, not yet. He usually arrives closer to 5:30. I nodded slowly, but unease crept over me. If it wasn't the headmaster, who had I seen? As more staff began to arrive, the headmaster finally showed up, but he was wearing a completely different outfit than what I thought I'd seen earlier. My stomach turned as I realized that whatever I had followed earlier wasn't him. During the briefing before we left for the campsite, I couldn't keep it to myself. I told the headmaster and the guidance counselor what I had seen. To my surprise, they didn't seem shocked. Instead, they exchanged knowing glances. "You're not the first to notice something strange here," the guidance counselor said. "This building has a history, especially the headmaster's office. People have reported seeing shadowy figures or hearing odd noises at night." The mention of a shadow figure sent chills down my spine. According to them, there were stories of an elusive spirit known to appear briefly in windows or disappear around corners. The headmaster, calm but concerned, reassured me. "Don't let it get to you. It's just one of those things about this place." I tried to put the experience behind me as we left for the forest. The trip itself was lively and full of fun. Bonfires, hikes, and laughter. But the thought of that shadowy figure lingered in my mind. On the last night, as we camped near a thick patch of trees, something happened that shook me. While doing a final check on the students, I heard faint footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw no one there. Assuming it was just one of the students playing a prank, I brushed it off and returned to my tent. That night, I couldn't sleep. Rustling noises surrounded the campsite, as though someone or something was circling it. Peeking outside, I noticed a dark figure near the tree line. It stood motionless, its form blending into the shadows. I froze, unable to move or speak. Just then, another teacher walked by, snapping me out of my trance. When I glanced back, the figure was gone. The rest of the night was restless, and I felt like I was being watched. When we returned to school, I couldn't wait to leave and distance myself from the experience. But deep down, I wanted answers. Who or what had I seen that morning in the office? And was it connected to the figure in the woods? I may never know, but one thing remains clear. Whatever it wasn't human. To this day, it still lingers in my thoughts. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my YouTube channel, where I share a fresh story every day. If you like my content, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's jump into today's tale. A camping adventure that went terribly wrong. When I was 12, my school organized a short camping trip, lasting 2 days and 1 night, right on the school premises. This wasn't just any school. It was a private institution located in a remote part of Camp Seri, far from the noise of major cities in Southeast Asia. To keep things anonymous, I'll avoid mentioning the school's name. The event was specifically for 6th grade students, bringing together a group of 215 boys and girls. The first day was filled with excitement, pitching tents, playing team games, and sharing endless chatter. Evening gave way to night, and a barbecue started at 7 p.m. My group of 30 friends, a lively mix of boys and girls, couldn't contain our enthusiasm. Among us were my 6 closest companions, known for our shared fascination with ghost stories and all things eerie. That night, however, felt different. It was a Thursday evening, a time many locals believe is when spirits are most active. In the spirit of fun, I began imitating ghostly sounds, hoping to startle my friends. Laughter filled the air until my friend Sarah, one of the boldest among us, let out a sudden scream. Her face went pale as she pointed toward the old clock tower atop the main building. "There are glowing red eyes staring at us," she cried. Several other students, mostly the braver ones, insisted they saw it too. But when the rest of us turned to look, the eyes had disappeared. The mood shifted instantly. The laughter was replaced by an uneasy silence, and a chill seemed to settle over the group. Our teachers, busy keeping the activities on track, were oblivious to what had just happened. Meanwhile, a tense quiet enveloped the students as fear began to creep in. Behind us was the block that housed the 7th grade classrooms. It stood in darkness, its shadowy outline towering ominously in the night. Unable to resist, some of us edged closer to the building, peering into the gloom, both hoping and fearing to see something. I was among those who stepped forward, my curiosity outweighing my growing fear. And then I saw her, on the 4th floor, at the end of the hallway near the girls' restroom, stood a woman. Her face was hidden by long, messy black hair, and her white dress was streaked with what looked like blood. She stood perfectly still, yet her presence exuded pure malice. My heart pounded as I realized she was looking directly at us. And that was my classroom. The sight froze me in place. Chaos broke out around me as students screamed and scattered. Some ran toward the tents, others cried uncontrollably, and a few dashed to the nearby bathrooms in groups, unable to handle the fear. I couldn't move, my eyes fixed on the figure. She didn't move, yet her menacing aura felt suffocating. Despite the panic, our teachers dismissed our claims as childish imaginations and insisted we proceed with the night's activities in the main hall. None of us could relax, let alone eat. We huddled together, our eyes darting nervously, dreading another glimpse of the terrifying figure. Rumors swirled in the days that followed. Some said the school was built on an old burial ground, while others believed it had once been a psychiatric hospital. No one could confirm the truth, but what I saw was no rumor. That eerie woman was as real as the fear we all felt. Her image is burned into my memory, a chilling reminder that some things simply can't be explained. The camping trip was supposed to be fun, but it left us with haunting memories we couldn't shake. Who was she? To this day, I still wonder. I'm not exactly sure who had the idea first, but by the end of the day, we'd settled on a date for the trip. Although I'd gone camping many times, I'm almost certain that neither Sean nor Alex had ever been before. They joined the family later on in life, and my real father had passed away by then. He was the one who loved the outdoors. My stepfather, however, wasn't particularly fond of it. Don't get me wrong, he's a good man, but nature wasn't his thing. We made a list of supplies and followed it closely, making sure to pack the essentials, especially the 4 cases of beer, which were probably the most important. We packed everything up, ready to leave at the crack of dawn the next morning. As we set off, we had no idea what was coming, or how the trip would affect our relationship, a bond we once thought was unbreakable. The 3-hour drive was quiet and uneventful. I was relieved to see that the area was dry, as starting a fire was always tricky for me, and I knew neither Sean nor Alex had ever made a fire. I brought some lighter fluid just in case, though I never needed it. While I worked on the fire, Sean and Alex struggled with setting up the tent. They had learned how to pitch a tent from watching YouTube videos, and despite me getting the simplest one available, it still took them nearly an hour to get it up. By the time they finished, the fire was blazing. I had already buried the potatoes in the coals, prepped the steaks, and was well into my second beer. The steaks didn't take long to cook, and by dusk, we were sitting down to a satisfying meal. Afterward, the real camping experience began. I had deliberately chosen a remote spot, knowing we'd get louder once we started drinking. More importantly, I love making big bonfires and playing music loud, something you can't do when there are others nearby. That evening turned into a blast. We went through 2 cases of beer and didn't pass out until morning. It was exactly what I needed, and despite the hangover, I decided we'd be doing this more often. When I finally dragged myself out of the sleeping bag, it was well past noon. Sean and Alex were already awake, sitting near the cold fire, each holding a beer. They were glad to see me. I asked about the fire, and Sean mumbled something about not being able to relight it. I laughed and went to the edge of the woods to grab some wood. When I came back, I blew on the coals, and within minutes, the fire was roaring again. I then went to the creek to fetch some water. The look on their faces when I returned was priceless. Sean's mouth was hanging open, and Alex looked like he wanted to ask me how I did it. While waiting for the water to boil, I cooked a big breakfast of eggs and potatoes, and we ate with some coffee. After breakfast, I suggested we go fishing. We didn't get back to camp until almost nightfall, and unfortunately, no one had caught anything we could keep. But I could tell that Sean was feeling good from the beer. I cooked the rest of the steaks and we finished off the beer. That evening was much quieter than the previous night. I didn't want to make a big fire, knowing it would be difficult to completely put it out before we left. Most of the night, we talked about trivial things like work and relationships. Around 2 a.m., we decided to go to bed, the effects of the alcohol finally wearing off. I don't remember much after that, except for Sean stumbling out of the tent to relieve himself. He had drunk more than Alex or me, and he kept tripping as he tried to get out of his sleeping bag. Eventually, he made it outside. I must have passed out just after that. The next thing I remember was the sunlight streaming through the trees. I urgently needed to pee, so I fumbled around to unzip the tent, trying not to wake the others. As I opened it, a strange, burning smell hit me. Something like charred meat. I thought one of the guys had started cooking early. I turned to check on Alex, but he was still asleep. It had to have been Sean, though he was terrible at cooking. I crawled out with a sarcastic comment, expecting to see him messing up breakfast, but what I saw instead made my blood run cold. The fire had burned out, and Sean was nowhere in sight. The dim morning light barely illuminated a large object lying near the coals. As I got closer, the smell hit me full force. Then it hit me what I was seeing. Sean was face down across one corner of the cold fire, unmoving. Without thinking, I grabbed his body and rolled it over. His skin was burned beyond recognition, and I started yelling for Alex. When he didn't answer right away, I ran into the tent and shook him awake. He was slow to react, but when I screamed, "Sean's dead!" in his face, he bolted upright and asked me to repeat myself. I pointed toward the remnants of the fire and what was left of Sean's body, now fully visible in the rising sun. Alex rushed out of the tent, and in one motion, came face to face with the charred remains of our brother. I stood behind him, eyes closed, as he dropped to his knees, wailing. The sound of his grief and the stench of burning flesh filled the air. It was worse than any nightmare I could have imagined. A cold breeze blew across me, and that's when I realized I'd wet myself. But at that moment, it didn't matter. Every second, the reality of what had happened became clearer, and I was terrified to confront it. I eventually crawled back into the tent, overwhelmed with emotion, and cried for who knows how long. I knew I needed to call 911, so I eventually did. The authorities arrived about half an hour later. When the coroner took Sean's body, I found the courage to leave the tent. Alex was speaking with some of the officers. The smell was still unbearable, and I started gagging, retreating back into the tent. Soon, another officer came in, and we talked about the events of the previous night. He left after a short while, and the other officers followed. I began to pack up camp as quickly as I could. Alex joined me without saying a word, and we worked silently. I wanted nothing more than to get out of there as fast as possible. Looking back, I realize I probably appeared detached, but I was the oldest, and I knew I had to notify the rest of the family. Telling our mom was the hardest part. She had always wanted a big family, but after Dad's passing, she thought that dream was over. Then she met my stepfather, and when he mentioned adoption, she was overjoyed. Sean and Alex had been adopted when they were in their early teens, and while boys their age were harder to place, Mom had fallen in love with them. I always considered them my brothers, and I knew they felt the same. In the weeks that followed, I stayed close to Mom, knowing how difficult Sean's loss was for her. But it was also the first time I noticed Alex watching me with a strange, questioning look. It was subtle at first, but as the weeks went on, more and more questions arose, questions I didn't want to confront. I always assumed Sean's death was an accident. He'd been more intoxicated than us. But when the autopsy results came back, certain things didn't add up. The bruises on Sean's back, for example. He had played rugby for years, and his skull was fractured. The doctor admitted that these injuries could have happened in a fire, but it didn't ease Alex's suspicions. No matter how hard I tried to convince him that now wasn't the time for conspiracy theories, he was convinced I had something to do with Sean's death. I can't speak for what Alex was feeling or thinking during that time. Grief is complicated, and no one can dictate how someone should handle it, especially in a situation like this. As for me, I have my own doubts. I've seen Alex and Sean argue more than once, though they stopped when I entered the room. I won't lie, I have my own suspicions, but now is not the time to let that divide us. Mom needs us both right now. If she finds out about the tension between Alex and me, it would break her heart, maybe even destroy her. So for now, I'm going to try to bring us back together. For her, if not for Sean. I owe it to him. After all, Sean was my brother. This story was shared by my history teacher, Mr. K, during class. We live in Fairbanks, Alaska, a state well known for its abundant wilderness and outdoor activities like hiking, fishing, and hunting. One weekend, Mr. K decided to go on a solo camping trip with his dog, about 2 hours away from town, in a forested area popular with hunters. Mr. K found a good spot near his SUV and set up camp. He spent the day playing fetch with his dog, exploring the area, and relaxing by the campfire. As evening fell, he prepared to sleep in his tent. It was just him and his dog who shared the small space with him. For safety, he had brought along a hunting knife and a pistol. In the middle of the night, his dog started whining. Assuming it needed to relieve itself, Mr. K unzipped the tent. His dog bolted into the woods without hesitation, which struck him as unusual. Leaving the tent flap open so his dog could return, Mr. K lay back down but stayed alert. Not long after, he heard faint footsteps approaching the tent. He froze, gripping his weapon tightly, and kept his eyes on the open tent entrance. Soon, he saw a figure, a thin, bony, humanoid shape moving in an odd, almost animalistic way. It resembled a gorilla in movement but was unnervingly skeletal. Because of the darkness, he couldn't make out any clear details beyond its silhouette. The figure stopped at the tent's entrance and crouched there, staring in. It didn't make a sound or move a muscle. Mr. K was paralyzed with fear, unable to act, as the creature remained still for what felt like 2 hours. The only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. He couldn't fathom what it was, and his mind raced as he wondered where his dog had gone. Finally, he heard the sound of his dog barking and running back toward the camp. The creature reacted instantly, leaping away with such speed and height that Mr. K couldn't track where it went. Within moments, his dog burst back into the tent, wagging its tail and seemingly unharmed. Shaken, Mr. K wasted no time packing up at first light. He vowed never to return to that area, and after hearing his story, I can't blame him. This is a story I've decided to share, though I'm not sure if I've sent it in before. To be safe, I'm submitting it again, and I've worked hard to ensure that all the people who were with me confirm the details I recall. Back in my senior year of high school, around 2017, my boyfriend invited me on a camping trip with 2 of our closest friends, Mia and Chris. I'm not a big fan of camping, but spending time with them made it worth it. We'd soon be graduating and going our separate ways, so I wanted to cherish these moments. One Friday afternoon, we stopped by a convenience store to stock up on snacks and drove to a wooded area near Hillside. The forest there had a bit of charm and mystery, making it a favorite spot for local campers. We set up camp about 10 minutes walk from Mia's car and spread out a blanket to play cards. As the night fell, Chris and I shared one tent, while Mia and our other friend, Riley, stayed in the other. Exhausted from the day, I quickly fell asleep. That night, I had an eerie dream. It felt as though I were some kind of creature, racing through the forest at an unnatural speed. It was as if I were viewing everything from above, like a bird or a drone. As I moved through the trees, I saw a faint orange glow ahead, our campfire. I felt compelled to rush toward it. The moment I got close, I snapped awake, drenched in sweat. Couldn't move and fear gripped me. I nudged Chris awake and whispered to him, "Something's out there." We sat in tense silence for a few minutes, listening to the night. Then we heard it, the sound of the zipper on our tent slowly being undone. I couldn't bring myself to look, but I heard it breathing harsh, ragged breaths that sent chills down my spine. Suddenly, a blaring police siren shattered the silence, and whatever was outside bolted into the darkness. We rushed out of the tent and found Mia and Riley doing the same. We scrambled into Mia's car, desperate for safety. Once inside, I asked, "What was that thing?" Riley, still shaken, described it to me. A tall, shadowy figure with a slim, almost animalistic frame. Its legs resembled those of a deer or horse, and its upper body was topped with a human-like head crowned by antlers. She then explained that she had used a police siren app on her phone to scare it off. Whatever it was, I'm glad Riley thought quickly and scared it away. If anyone has any ideas about what kind of creature might roam the forests of the Southeast, I'd love to hear your thoughts. This is the tale of my first and last time camping. I was 15 years old and my family, my mom, younger brother, and older sister, had planned to spend the weekend camping with our aunt, uncle, and their 2 kids. It was our first real camping trip, while my cousins and their parents had gone on countless camping adventures before. The first day and evening went surprisingly smoothly. To my surprise, I actually had a lot of fun. But everything changed later that night, around 10 p.m. My cousins, sister, and I were settling into our shared tent, lying down on our makeshift sleeping area, when we heard the sound of footsteps outside the tent, circling around us. Startled, we sat up and noticed that whoever was outside seemed to be dragging something, possibly a stick, along the tent as they moved. At one point, my sister reached out and pressed her hand against the fabric of the tent, only to feel someone's leg through it. We knew it wasn't our mom, as her steps were light and her breathing distinctive. It wasn't my little brother either. He was just 6 years old at the time, and these footsteps were clearly those of an adult. Our cousins guessed it might be their dad, who often played pranks during camping trips, especially at night. To confirm, we peeked out of the small tent window, a flap that gave us a clear view of the campsite. We looked toward the road that bordered our site and saw our aunt and uncle returning from the nearby restrooms. That's when it hit us. Whoever was outside circling the tent wasn't part of our family. It was a complete stranger, and all that separated us from them was a thin layer of fabric. As our aunt and uncle got closer to the campsite, we shouted for them to come to the tent and explained what had happened. The footsteps stopped as soon as they arrived, and we assumed the stranger must have fled. While my cousins and sister were understandably shaken, I was too tired to fully process the situation or feel scared at the time. We spent the rest of the weekend as planned, and although I tried to enjoy myself, the unsettling incident stayed in the back of my mind. The most frustrating part of it all was that no one believed us afterward. Our mom, aunt, and uncle brushed it off, laughing and saying we were just letting our imaginations run wild. They even teased us, claiming we were spooked because of our love for creepy stories, conspiracy theories, and urban legends. Even now, I still think about that night. I wonder who that person was and what their intentions might have been. I also can't help but imagine what could have happened if our aunt and uncle hadn't returned when they did. None of us would have been able to defend ourselves. We were just teenage girls. That experience turned me off camping for good. I don't see myself ever going back. This was back in 2002 when a buddy of mine invited me on a camping trip. I hadn't gone camping since I was around 10, so I jumped at the chance. The idea had me buzzing all week, and I hardly slept the night before out of excitement. He picked me up bright and early, just after 6 a.m., and we drove about 120 miles to the park. I managed to doze off during the ride, so I felt a bit refreshed when we arrived. That's when he hit me with the surprise we still had a 2-hour hike to the campsite. I tried to convince him to pick a closer spot, but he insisted this one was worth it. Reluctantly, I followed. The first 30 minutes weren't too bad since most of it was downhill. But as time dragged on, so did I. We paused for a short break halfway there, but before long, we were back on the trail. The second stretch was brutal, mostly uphill, and it didn't take long for me to feel exhausted. I wasn't paying much attention to where I was stepping, and that's when it happened. We reached a flat section, and I thought I'd finally catch a break, but my friend walked ahead, somehow missing a hidden trap. I wasn't so lucky. One moment I was trudging along, and the next, I hit the ground. The impact jolted me awake, and adrenaline dulled most of the pain. When I tried to stand, my right ankle gave out, and I collapsed onto a jagged stick protruding from the bottom of the hole. Apparently, several stakes had been knocked over, but one remained upright. Looking down, I realized with horror that the bone in my shin was sticking out. Instinctively, I yanked the stick from my leg, which only worsened the pain and made me feel even dizzier. Gazing up, I could see nothing but blue sky framed by trees. The hole was about 9 or 10 feet deep. It must have taken whoever dug it days to finish. I called out for my friend, and soon his shocked face appeared above me. At first, he laughed, not realizing how serious my injuries were. But when I explained, his laughter turned to panic. He guessed that hunters or poachers had set up a trap, and I'd fallen into it. He tried to pull me out by reaching down, but that didn't work. Then he found a sturdy branch and used it to help me climb. But the moment I put weight on my injured leg, the pain was unbearable. I wasn't getting out without help. It was still early in the day, so I wasn't too worried. I told him to go find a ranger station, which was about an hour's walk away. He promised to return as quickly as possible and took off. Left alone, I had nothing but pain and my thoughts for company. Waves of agony came with nausea, and I realized I couldn't even make a proper splint. The pain was too intense. I decided to leave it alone and sat quietly, trying to keep calm. At first, I distracted myself by singing, but that didn't last. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the sky darkened. Light rain soon turned into a downpour. At first, I thought getting wet wouldn't be a big deal, but then I noticed water pooling at the bottom of the hole. Panic crept in as the water rose, submerging my feet. I clawed at the walls and tried to stand as best as I could. The rain only grew heavier, and within an hour, the water reached halfway up my shins. When the storm momentarily eased, I felt a glimmer of hope, but it was short-lived as the rain returned with a vengeance. I tried to stay positive, thinking about jokes and happy memories, but every minute dragged on. By the time help arrived, the rain had almost stopped, and the water level was just below my waist. The thought of drowning in that hole still sends chills down my spine. The rescuers lowered a rope and pulled me out. The ride to the hospital passed in a blur. After surgery, where they put in some screws and plates, I was sent home. The next 2 months on crutches were slow and frustrating, but I was grateful to be alive. We never got the chance to redo that camping trip, but I've taken my kids on a few since then. Maybe it's time to give my old buddy a call. It's been years since we've caught up, and a camping trip might be just what we need. This time, though, I'll keep a much closer eye on where I'm stepping. We had plans to go camping, but let me explain how I ended up in the worst situation of my life. At the time, I was 18 years old and going through a rebellious phase. I was dating questionable guys, lying to my family, and nearly getting myself killed. I started seeing a guy I thought was the one. We were from a rural part of the Midwest, so one evening we drove to a scenic spot and camped out. His family was wealthy. He lived in a huge house, and his father was a high-profile attorney. I felt like I had struck gold, but slowly the manipulation, narcissism, and abusive tendencies emerged. I tried to break up with him multiple times. The last time, he made threats against my family. He had never met my parents or been to my home. I'm very private about introducing people to my family, but he sent me my home address and my parents' full names. At 18, I was naive and terrified. He demanded I come to his family's lake house, so I lied to my parents, saying I was going on a weekend trip with a friend, and made the 6-hour drive to his place. I thought it was the only way to protect my family. When I arrived, things escalated immediately. Over the next 36 hours, I was subjected to unimaginable abuse. My hands were tied, and I was forced to sleep in my own vomit and urine. He cut me with small, deliberate slices across my arms, legs, and stomach. At some point, I accepted that I wouldn't make it out alive. My parents thought I was with a trusted friend and her family. They had no reason to suspect otherwise. He was out of his mind, injecting drugs and snorting cocaine. At one point, he started laughing and snorting it off the cuts on my skin. My emotions shut down entirely. I cried without feeling anything. Then came the worst moment. He loaded a single bullet into a revolver, spun the chamber, and forced it into my mouth. As he laughed, I looked him directly in the eyes and told him to pull the trigger. I even bit down on the barrel. He pulled the trigger, but it clicked, no bullet. I didn't flinch. Something about my reaction snapped him back to reality. He started sobbing, apologizing, and untying me. He cried in my lap for hours, but I felt nothing. I didn't care if I survived anymore. I know you're wondering, did I call the police? At the time, I didn't. I was ashamed and didn't want my parents to find out. They trusted me, and I couldn't bear the thought of them knowing what had happened. Plus, his father was an excellent lawyer, and I felt powerless. I drove home, battered and broken. Thankfully, it was winter, so I could hide my injuries with long sleeves and heavy clothes. I told my family and friends I had flipped a four-wheeler, a believable excuse because I'd had accidents like that before. The story doesn't completely end there. I cut off all contact with him and blocked him everywhere. Since he lived in a nearby town, we didn't cross paths at school. However, he still tried to reach me using fake accounts. Even now, at 24 years old, I occasionally receive messages from him. Later, he was arrested for dealing hard drugs, not just marijuana, something much worse. Despite his father's influence, he still served some time. He ended up in a rehabilitation facility but managed to escape, leading to a brief manhunt. Today, I'm married, living in a different state, and doing my best to move forward. However, what happened during that horrific weekend left deep scars. I'm on medication to manage my anxiety and triggers. I've developed quirks. I always stay slightly hungry to keep myself alert and work out obsessively to feel strong. My body and mind are stuck in survival mode. I've accepted that some of these effects will never go away. The summer of 2010 was a tough period to graduate from college. I had just spent 4 years earning a degree only to find the job market practically non-existent. As disappointed as I was about being unemployed for the foreseeable future, I discovered a profound appreciation for wilderness camping and trekking during that time. Growing up in the Sierra Nevada mountains and graduating from a university in eastern Idaho, I was no stranger to hiking or camping. However, that summer, it became a much-needed escape to the point of obsession. Daily hikes and nights under the open sky became my therapy, while I grappled with questions about my life's direction and purpose. It was June, and the weather was unusually chilly, damp, and overcast. Daytime temperatures barely reached 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and at night, they dipped below freezing. Despite the dreary conditions, I planned to explore Ridgewood Trail that week and wasn't about to let the weather deter me. My route for the week included Frost Lake, climbing Frost Lake Pass, and descending toward Cedar Basin. Frost Lake is actually an alpine reservoir, not a natural lake. Reaching it requires a four-wheel drive vehicle and some skillful maneuvering. The access road winds through dense pine forest, slick with rain. Although the path was a challenge, I managed to reach the lake with minimal trouble. I pitched my tent on the northern shore and decided to do some fishing. The fishing was terrible, cold, wet, and fruitless. But the one benefit of lousy fishing is the space it gives your mind to wander. While I sat on the shoreline in the constant drizzle, the sound of rain created a soothing white noise. My daydreams were abruptly interrupted by a low, steady rumble echoing from up the canyon. The noise resembled the distant hum of a large engine, perhaps a diesel. However, there were no roads beyond the lake, no machinery, and no vehicles that could be up there. Maybe it was a plane, I thought, glancing up at the rain-heavy clouds. But the sound wasn't coming from above. It originated somewhere deeper in the canyon. The rumble was stationary and unchanging. This certainly wasn't a plane, truck, or bulldozer. Though it wasn't overtly frightening, the sound made my skin crawl. After about 20 minutes, the noise faded, leaving only the rain. I caught a decent-sized trout shortly after and returned to camp to prepare dinner. I cooked the fish, though I'm not fond of trout. They taste earthy and unappealing to me. I ate what I could and tossed the rest into the lake. As the evening deepened, I built up the fire and settled in with a small bottle of whiskey. The sun set early behind the mountain ridges, and the cloud cover obscured the stars, leaving me in near total darkness. The sounds of the crackling fire and rain on my tent began to lull me into a light doze. But before crawling into my sleeping bag, I remembered to stoke the fire. Walking to the firewood pile, I suddenly noticed the rumbling sound again. This time it was louder and closer. Having had a bit too much whiskey, I was annoyed rather than scared. The noise was ruining my peaceful night, Without thinking, I yelled into the void, "Knock it off, you idiot!" Immediately, the rumbling ceased. So did the rain. My heart skipped a beat. The abrupt silence was no coincidence. It felt as if something intelligent out there had heard me and responded. I quickly piled more logs onto the fire and retreated to my tent, heart racing. As I sat there listening to the crackling flames and my own rapid breathing, the oppressive silence beyond the firelight weighed on me. It felt like countless eyes were watching from the darkness. Just as my paranoia reached its peak, the rain started again, this time as a torrential downpour. The storm battered my tent, and water began pooling beneath it. I contemplated making a dash for my truck but hesitated, knowing the muddy trail was treacherous. Eventually, I decided that sleeping in the truck was safer than staying in the fragile tent. I grabbed what I could and sprinted through the rain to the truck. Once inside, I cranked up the heater and locked the doors. Exhausted, damp, and slightly drunk, I reclined the seat and tried to calm my nerves. The fire outside still burned brightly, casting a reassuring glow over the campsite. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was 10:06 p.m. I blinked, and suddenly it was dawn. The clock now read 5:45 a.m., but it felt as if only a moment had passed. My head throbbed, and I couldn't remember drinking enough to warrant such a severe hangover. The storm had subsided, and a thick fog blanketed the area. I surveyed the damage. My tent was flattened, its poles shattered. Everything was soaked. Frustrated and unnerved, I quickly packed up my gear and loaded it into the truck. As I climbed into the driver's seat, I heard the rumbling once more, faint but unmistakable. I didn't look back as I sped down the muddy road. I've never returned to Frost Lake, and I don't intend to. When I was around 17, my buddy and I went on a camping trip to a place called Pinewood Camp. Even now, years later, I still can't shake off the unsettling memories of that trip. The moment we arrived at the campsite, something didn't feel quite right. It was as if unseen eyes were watching us. Deep scratches marked the picnic tables and nearby trees, as though a wild animal or something worse had gone on a rampage. Despite the unease, I helped my friend pitch his tent, trying to push those thoughts aside and focus on enjoying the day. That evening, as we were settling in, I finally told my friend about the strange marks I'd seen earlier. He looked at me like I was imagining things, brushing it off as my overactive imagination. Then, out of nowhere, we heard a blood-curdling screech coming from the depths of the woods. It didn't sound human. It was like a cry from some nightmare. Terrified, we clung to each other, hearts pounding. Summoning what little courage we had, we decided to step out of the tent to investigate the noise. Armed with pocket knives and flashlights, supplied by our parents for emergencies, we headed toward the sound. In hindsight, I don't know what we thought we could do with those knives, but at the time, it made us feel braver. We walked about 40 or 50 yards into the woods before we heard the screech again, much louder this time. It felt like it was only about 10 yards away. My hands were trembling as I gripped my knife. My friend, in his nervousness, accidentally dropped his knife, and we couldn't find it in the darkness. Whatever was out there with us, it was far beyond anything we could handle. Suddenly, the sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves erupted just ahead of us. Instinct took over, and we started running toward the noise, thinking we'd find answers. But when we shone our flashlights ahead, we froze. Standing there was something. It looked vaguely human, but it was covered in blood. Its sunken, glowing yellow eyes glared at us, and its mouth was filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. Before we could fully process what we were seeing, the creature let out a guttural growl and started charging at us. Without hesitation, we turned and bolted back toward the campsite. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like jelly, but we didn't stop running until we reached my friend's truck. As if out of a bad horror movie, the truck wouldn't start right away. Panic set in as we fumbled with the keys, but eventually, the engine roared to life, and we sped off down the dirt road. As we drove away, I glanced back toward the woods. Those glowing yellow eyes were still watching us from the tree line, burning into my memory. That thing was tall and unnaturally thin. To this day, I can't explain what we encountered, but if anyone else has had a similar experience, I'd love to hear about it. Please share your stories below. It was late summer in 2015 when my aunt suggested we go camping. She'd always been the adventurous type, a stark contrast to her small, delicate frame. At 70 years old, she moved with the energy of someone in their early 50s, determined and quick-witted. Growing up in the Ozark Highlands, she had spent much of her youth exploring the wilderness. For her, the forest was as familiar as home. I was 28 at the time, and though I didn't share her enthusiasm for nature, I couldn't say no. I had recently moved back to Arkansas after struggling to make ends meet in the city, and spending time with her seemed like a good way to reset. She picked a location she claimed to know inside out, a secluded area near the Ouachita Mountains, far from any marked trails or popular campsites. "It's so peaceful out there," she said while we were planning. "No crowds, no commotion, just the woods." We packed up her trusty old station wagon with everything we'd need. A sturdy tent, a portable stove, and enough provisions for a few days. I brought my notebook and a camera, hoping to find some creative inspiration. The drive was long, winding through narrow, tree-lined roads. By the time we reached her chosen spot, the sun was high, and the forest was alive with the chatter of birds, the rustle of leaves, and the hum of insects. We parked on an overgrown gravel road and hiked about a mile into the woods, finding a small clearing beside a bubbling stream. It was idyllic, like something out of a travel magazine. The water glimmered under the midday sun, and the air smelled of pine and damp earth. "Perfect," my aunt said, setting down her pack. That first afternoon was spent setting up camp. Despite my protests, she insisted on doing most of the heavy lifting. We had the tent pitched and firewood gathered in no time. By evening, we were sitting around the fire, eating canned stew and sipping hot tea from enamel mugs. As the sun disappeared, the forest seemed to transform. The cheerful chirping of birds and buzzing of insects faded, replaced by an almost oppressive silence. The darkness was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, dense and all-encompassing. The stars were brilliant, but they only seemed to illuminate the tops of the trees. That night, I barely slept. The stillness of the woods heightened every sound: twigs snapping, leaves rustling. Small, ordinary noises became unsettling in the isolation. By morning, my aunt was already up, boiling water for coffee. She looked refreshed, unbothered by the eerie night. Meanwhile, I felt like I hadn't closed my eyes at all. We spent the day exploring. She showed me an old game trail she remembered from her childhood and identified plants her own mother had taught her about. Her energy was infectious, and for a while, I forgot the unease of the previous night. As the day wore on, I began noticing odd things. Near the stream, we found a neat stack of rocks, balanced in a way that didn't seem natural. My aunt shrugged it off. "Probably some other camper," she said. Later, deeper in the woods, I noticed claw-like marks gouged into a tree trunk. They were deep and jagged, far higher than any animal I could name. "Maybe a bear," my aunt suggested, though her tone wasn't as confident as usual. That evening, the tension returned. We ate in near silence, stealing glances at the darkening forest. The fire felt like a fragile shield against the vast, looming night. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a strange noise outside the tent. It was rhythmic, like something heavy being dragged across the ground. My breath caught. The sound was close, too close. I reached out to wake my aunt, but she was already alert, her hand gripping my arm. She pressed a finger to her lips, silently urging me to stay still. The sound grew louder, then abruptly stopped. We sat frozen, listening. My heart raced so loudly I was certain it could be heard outside the tent. After a long stretch of silence, my aunt whispered, "Stay here," and slipped outside. I wanted to stop her, but I couldn't move. I sat there, clutching my blanket as the minutes dragged on. The glow of the campfire cast flickering shadows on the tent walls, amplifying my fear. When she returned, her face was pale and she looked years older. "There's nothing out there," she said, but her voice wavered. The next morning, we decided to cut the trip short. Packing up felt slow and tense, and every little noise made us pause. As we hiked back to the car, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something or someone, but the forest seemed empty. When we reached the car, relief washed over me. We loaded up quickly and started down the dirt road. Suddenly, my aunt slammed on the brakes. In the middle of the road ahead was another stack of rocks, identical to the one we'd seen near the stream. Neither of us spoke. She reversed the car, turned around, and drove a much longer route back to town. We never talked about that trip again, but I know we both felt it. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something natural, and it wasn't something human. I was 31 when it happened. My dog, Max, and I had spent a lot of time camping in remote areas that year. It was 2015, and I had recently relocated to a small town in Arizona for a new job. On my days off, I'd gather my gear, load Max into my old SUV, and head out to explore the endless stretches of desert. I loved the quiet, just me, my dog, and the vast dry land stretching under a massive sky. One weekend in early November, I decided to check out a place I'd stumbled across on a hiking forum. It wasn't an official campsite, just an old mining site tucked deep into the hills. The directions were vague, and it was a 2-hour drive from town, but I enjoyed the sense of adventure. Max loved it too. He was a mix, mostly Labrador, with a boundless energy that matched my own. We set out early on Saturday morning, hoping to reach the spot by midday. The dirt road leading there was rough, and I had to stop several times to clear fallen branches from the trail. Max sat in the passenger seat, watching me through the windshield with his ears perked, like he was standing guard. When we finally arrived, the mining site wasn't much to look at. Just a few crumbling buildings, piles of rubble, and the dark opening of a mine shaft dug into the hillside. The dry air smelled of sagebrush and dust, and it felt like we were the only living beings for miles. I set up camp close to my vehicle, near enough to the mine for a look, but far enough away to avoid any mishaps in the dark. After pitching my tent and unloading my supplies, I grabbed a flashlight and decided to check out the mine. Max stayed at my heels, wagging his tail. The entrance was arched and supported by old, weathered beams that looked like they'd collapse at the slightest touch. I shined my flashlight inside but could only see a few feet into the darkness. The cool air carried a faint metallic tang. "Let's check it out, Max," I said, mostly to myself, stepping cautiously inside. The first few yards were uneventful, just loose dirt and scattered stones. The shaft was wider than I'd expected, and the ceiling high enough to keep me from feeling trapped. As we moved deeper, the light from the entrance dimmed, replaced by the narrow beam of my flashlight. Max seemed uneasy, his ears twitching at every small sound. At one point, he froze and let out a low growl. I stopped in my tracks, a shiver running down my spine. I strained to hear what he had noticed, but there was nothing, just the faint drip of water somewhere farther in. I chalked it up to his sharp instincts and decided we'd gone far enough. On the way back, I noticed something odd: scratches on the mine walls. They weren't random. They seemed deliberate, forming patterns that I couldn't make sense of. Shaking off the unease, I returned to camp with Max close at my side. The rest of the afternoon was calm. I cooked a simple dinner over a small fire while Max lay nearby, his gaze fixed on the horizon. As the sun dipped below the hills, the desert changed. The day's warmth vanished, replaced by a biting chill. The sky darkened to a deep blue, and stars shone with a brilliance that seemed unreal. I crawled into my tent around 9 p.m., Max curling up at my feet. The night was silent, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the brush. I woke in the middle of the night to Max growling, a low, guttural sound unlike his usual grumbles. My heart raced as I fumbled for the flashlight. "What is it, Max?" I whispered, shining the light around the tent. The zipper was still shut, and everything looked as it should, but Max wouldn't stop growling. He stared intently at one corner of the tent, his body tense. I unzipped the tent cautiously and stepped outside. The cold air stung my face as I scanned the campsite with my flashlight. The fire had burned down to glowing embers. Beyond that, there was only darkness. The mine entrance loomed nearby, a black void in the hillside. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, something shifting in the shadows, but when I looked closer, there was nothing. I retreated to the tent, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. Max, however, stayed on edge, his growls turning to soft whines. The next morning, I decided to leave early. Something about the place didn't sit right. While packing up, I noticed tracks in the dirt near the mine entrance. They weren't animal tracks, and they weren't mine. They were wide, deep impressions, as if someone had walked barefoot. The tracks led from the mine to my tent and back again. A chill ran through me. I didn't wait to figure out who or what had made them. I loaded Max and my gear into the SUV and left as fast as I could. I never returned to that spot, and I don't talk about it much, but sometimes late at night I think about those tracks, how they came so close to where I'd been sleeping and how whatever it was had been watching us the whole time. The rain began to fall as the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon. It was supposed to be a calm night. I was a forest ranger assigned to a secluded campsite nestled deep in the Cerridon woods of northern Pennsylvania. The year was 2021, and I had been on the job for a few years. My duties usually included patrolling the grounds, checking on campers, and ensuring wildlife didn't venture too close. That night, however, my biggest concern seemed to be the worsening weather, at least at first. I was 34 then and not entirely new to working overnight shifts, though the solitude of this specific post always put me on edge. The campground stretched over several miles, with only a few designated camping areas. It wasn't peak season, so just 3 groups of campers had signed in. I planned to check on them all before settling in for the night at the ranger station, a modest cabin on the edge of a clearing about 3 miles from the nearest campsite. As the rain intensified, I grabbed my waterproof jacket, flashlight, and keys to the ranger vehicle. The narrow dirt trail leading through the forest was now a slick, muddy path. Trees loomed overhead, their branches thrashing in the wind. The truck's headlights barely pierced the downpour, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the roof was relentless. The first campsite was empty when I arrived. The registry showed that a couple had reserved it, but it seemed they had packed up and left ahead of the storm. I radioed the report back to base and moved on to the second site. At the second spot, a group of college students had gathered around a tarp-covered fire pit. They waved when I drove by, and everything seemed in order. I made a mental note to check on them again later if the weather worsened. The third site was the furthest from the station, about 5 miles out, and had been booked by a lone camper, a man named Eric, in his mid-40s. When I pulled up, his tent was still there, but there was no sign of him outside. I assumed he was staying dry inside and decided not to disturb him. I logged my observations and turned back toward the ranger station. That's when things began to feel strange. About halfway back, I spotted something on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a fallen tree branch, but as I approached, I saw it was a backpack, soaked through and half buried in mud. I stopped the truck and stepped out into the rain, flashlight in hand, to inspect it. The pack was nearly empty, containing only a few water bottles and some granola bars. No ID, no phone, nothing to identify its owner. I tried radioing this in, but the storm interfered and static drowned out my message. With no other options, I decided to bring the backpack back to the station to report it from there. By the time I returned, I was drenched, and the rain had become torrential. I hung my jacket, placed the pack on the table, and tried the radio again. This time, the signal was clearer. I reported the abandoned item and asked if any calls about missing campers had come in. The dispatcher confirmed no such reports but promised to alert the main office. I made a cup of coffee and reviewed the logbook while the storm howled outside. I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. The backpack didn't match anything belonging to the registered campers, and its presence on the roadside made no sense. Around midnight, I decided to check the security cameras. The station system was basic, with a few motion-triggered cameras positioned around the campground. Most of the feeds showed nothing but rain and swaying trees. But when I switched to the camera overlooking the third campsite, I froze. Through the grainy feed, I could make out Eric's tent. What drew my attention, though, was the movement outside it. A figure was crouching low, circling the tent with jerky, unnatural movements. The rain distorted the image, but I could tell something wasn't right. Grabbing my flashlight and radio, I headed back out into the storm. I tried to convince myself it was Eric, possibly disoriented or injured, but as I neared the site, unease gripped me tighter. When I arrived, the tent had collapsed, and Eric was nowhere to be seen. I called out, but the wind carried my voice away. I scanned the area with my flashlight and found footprints in the mud. Too many for one person. Some of them were fresh and led into the woods. Against my better judgment, I followed. The footprints led deeper into the forest, and the rain made visibility worse. I paused when my flashlight caught a glint in the mud. A knife, oddly clean despite the rain. My heart raced as I picked it up. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural sound coming from the trees. I stood frozen, flashlight shaking in my hand. The sound grew louder, more deliberate, and distinctly human. I backed away, my boots slipping in the mud. The beam of my light caught a figure between the trees, tall, thin, and watching me. I couldn't see its face, but I felt its gaze pierce through the darkness. I turned and ran, the forest closing in as branches clawed at my jacket. Footsteps followed, uneven and fast, matching the strange movements I had seen on the camera. Reaching the truck, I leapt inside and slammed the door shut. I locked it and sped back toward the station. In my rearview mirror, I thought I saw the figure standing at the tree line, but when I blinked, it was gone. Back at the station, I locked every door and window and waited for dawn, unable to shake the feeling I was being watched. When daylight finally came, I radioed for a search team. They combed the area but found no trace of Eric or the figure. Only the knife remained, logged as evidence but unconnected to any case. I still work as a ranger, though I avoid that part of the woods whenever possible. On stormy nights, I can't help but glance into the shadows, half expecting to see that figure watching again. In the summer of 1981, my high school organized a week-long hiking trip in the Rocky Mountains. I was 18 and thrilled. This was my first real adventure into the wilderness. The plan was straightforward. follow a popular loop trail through the mountains while carrying everything we needed: tents, sleeping bags, clothes, food, and cooking supplies. Our group consisted of 11 students and 2 teachers leading the way. The trail was said to be stunning, with towering pine trees and crisp, clean air. Streams and lakes wove through the landscape like silver threads, adding to the serene beauty. But nature also held its dangers. We were warned about bears, dehydration, and the risk of getting lost. Supposedly, we'd be trailing a group of horseback campers by a day or two, which at first sounded reassuring. Their presence might make the trail feel less isolated. By the 3rd day, though, their impact was anything but comforting. Every campsite we reached was a disaster. The riders had left trash scattered everywhere, failed to dig proper latrines, and tossed fish remains carelessly near water sources. It wasn't just irritating, it was dangerous. Food scraps and garbage attracted animals, especially bears. It felt like they didn't care about the people who'd come after them. That night, as I sat by the campfire, unease crept in. A single hungry bear could turn this trip into a nightmare. I barely slept, every sound in the dark forest sharpening my nerves. The 4th day brought the worst campsite yet. The horseback campers hadn't properly extinguished their fire. What looked like a harmless pile of ashes had reignited into a smoldering ground fire. The dry pine needles and decomposed vegetation on the forest floor fed the slow-burning flames. We dropped our packs immediately. The teachers shouted instructions, but I didn't wait. I grabbed my water bottle and sprinted to the creek to fill it. Everyone did the same, rushing to pour water on the spreading fire. It was a chaotic scene. The fire wasn't raging, but it was alive, creeping steadily through the dry forest floor. My heart pounded as I splashed water over the glowing embers. The steam hissed angrily, as if the fire itself was resisting us. I was so focused on the fire that I didn't see the bear until someone screamed. I looked up to see a large black bear near our campsite, sniffing around. My stomach dropped as I realized it had its eyes on my backpack, lying just a few feet away. Before I could react, the bear grabbed the pack in its jaws and bolted into the trees. My instincts screamed to let it go. It was just a bag, but that bag held my food for the entire trip. Without it, I'd be in serious trouble. Against every ounce of common sense, I ran after the bear. The forest seemed to close in around me as I chased it, branches slapping my face and arms. The bear was quick, but the weight of my pack slowed it down. I had no plan for what to do if I caught up. It was pure desperation driving me forward. The bear tried to squeeze between 2 trees, but the pack snagged on the trunks. It hesitated, confused, and then let go, darting deeper into the woods. I grabbed the pack and ran back to the campsite without stopping, my lungs burning and my heart racing. When I returned, the others had managed to extinguish the fire. My pack, however, was in bad shape. The frame was bent, and one of the large pockets was torn open. My food was gone, eaten by the bear or lost in the chase. Granola bars, sandwiches, and trail mix, all of it was missing. For the rest of the trip, I had to depend on my friends for food. Every bite came with a side of guilt. The trip wasn't ruined, but it left its mark. Each evening, I triple-checked everything, hanging food high in the trees, cleaning up every crumb of trash, and ensuring the fire was completely out. When we returned home, I felt changed. The mountains were breathtaking, but they didn't care about us or our plans. Out there, we were just visitors. That bear taught me a lesson I'll never forget. Nature has its own rules. Forgetting them, even briefly, can have serious consequences. To this day, I can't go camping without thinking about that trip, about the bear moving silently through the trees, and the way it grabbed my pack like it belonged to the wild. The wilderness isn't something to tame, it's something to respect. It was early November last year when my girlfriend Clara and I decided to go on a camping trip with our buddy Jason. The autumn leaves were at their peak, and the crisp chill of winter was beginning to creep into the air. We chose a secluded spot in the Durand forest. The campground was tiny and barely noted on the map, but we liked the idea of avoiding the usual crowded trails. The plan was to spend the weekend unwinding, enjoying nature, and soaking in the wilderness before the first frost arrived. We reached the campsite late on a Friday afternoon. The drive there was peaceful, miles of winding dirt roads flanked by towering pines and maples dressed in fiery shades of red and orange. By the time we pulled in, the sun hung low, casting long shadows across the ground. The campground was almost deserted. Only 2 other groups were there, both camped far from our chosen spot near the edge of the woods. We pitched our tents, a larger one for Clara and me and a smaller one for Jason. Once the tents were up, we started a fire and settled in. The new moon meant the night would be dark, and as the sun set, the shadows deepened quickly. After dinner, we sat by the fire, listening to the comforting crackle of wood and the occasional rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. The forest was unnervingly quiet. No crickets chirping or distant animal calls, just the 3 of us huddled in a cocoon of firelight, surrounded by the vast blackness of the woods. Around 9:30, I volunteered to take the trash to the dumpster at the campground entrance. It wasn't far, just a short 5-minute walk down a dirt path, lit only by the beam of my flashlight. The light cut through the dark, catching glimpses of tree trunks, bushes, and the occasional gleam of spider eyes reflecting back at me. I tossed the bag into the dumpster and started back. As I passed a nearby, empty campsite, something caught my eye. At the edge of the site where the trees began, I noticed a pale, tall figure. My first thought was that it might be a person from one of the other groups collecting kindling, but the figure didn't move. I froze, staring, trying to make sense of it. My flashlight barely reached that far, but the figure stood out against the darkness. A dull, grayish-white, smooth and narrow. I told myself it had to be a birch tree, but its shape seemed off. It was too thin, too tall, and leaned slightly, almost as though it was watching me. I shook off the uneasy feeling and hurried back to our site. When I returned, the fire had burned down to glowing embers, and Clara and Jason were already getting ready for bed. I decided not to mention what I'd seen. It felt silly to bring it up. It was probably just a tree. The night was cold, and I quickly fell asleep in my sleeping bag. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up with the pressing need to pee. The freezing air inside the tent made me hesitate, but nature was insistent. I grabbed my headlamp, slipped on my boots, and quietly unzipped the tent so as not to wake Clara. Outside, the campground was utterly dark. The fire had gone out completely, and the only light came from my headlamp. As I stepped away from the tent, something strange caught my attention. Scattered across the ground around our campsite and stretching into the woods were tiny glowing spots. At first, I thought they might be fireflies, but when I crouched down, I realized they were like tiny embers, small, glowing bits of coal. They weren't hot. I nudged one with my boot, and it didn't leave a mark. I stood there, baffled, staring at the glowing spots. Clara emerged from the tent a moment later, also needing to pee. She froze when she saw the glowing coals, her headlamp casting long shadows across them. We exchanged uneasy glances but didn't say a word. We finished quickly and zipped ourselves back into the tent. I lay awake for hours, haunted by the pale figure and the glowing embers. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me and I fell asleep. The next morning, over instant oatmeal and coffee, I told Clara and Jason about the figure I'd seen near the other campsite. They listened intently, their faces growing serious as I described it. Clara brought up the embers, but Jason, ever the skeptic, shrugged it all off as coincidence or some strange natural phenomenon. Curiosity got the better of us, and after breakfast, we walked to the empty campsite where I'd seen the figure. The spot was unremarkable. A fire pit, a picnic table, and a clearing surrounded by trees. But when we looked closely at the area where I'd seen the pale shape, there was no birch tree. All the trees were dark, rough-barked pines and maples. A chill ran down my spine. We spent the rest of the day hiking, trying to enjoy the trip, but the odd occurrences lingered in my thoughts. That night, we kept the fire burning longer, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Weeks later, back home, Clara and I talked about the trip. Jason had sent us a link to a blog about regional folklore, and that's when we came across stories of forest wraiths. According to the legends, they were pale, tall figures said to lurk in the woods, shy yet unsettlingly human-like. The descriptions matched what I'd seen, but the glowing embers remained a mystery. Even now, I can't explain what happened. Part of me wants to return to that campsite to prove it was all in my imagination. But another part of me, the part that still feels a chill when I think of the figure, tells me to stay away. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Camping trips had always been a cherished family tradition. In the summer of 1998, when I was 12 years old, my parents, my younger sister Lily, and I decided to spend a week at a secluded campground in the Scottish Highlands. It was the kind of place where the air felt crisp and the nights were quiet except for the soft rustling of trees and the occasional call of a distant bird. Our campsite was a vast clearing surrounded by gently rolling hills, with a handful of other families camping far enough away that it felt like we had the whole area to ourselves. We pitched a large, sturdy tent that had separate sleeping sections on each side and a spacious central area. Lily and I shared one section, my parents stayed in the other, and the third was reserved for supplies and extra gear. The tent felt like a little fortress in the middle of the wilderness. The first few days were idyllic. We spent our time hiking, cooking simple meals over a small portable stove, and gathering around a campfire in the evenings. Lily and I played tag in the fields and gazed at the seemingly endless night sky. It was a peaceful escape from the usual busyness of life. But on the fourth night, things took a strange turn. I remember it vividly because the air felt unusually heavy, almost stifling, and the sky was covered in thick, dark clouds. The familiar sounds of the outdoors seemed muted, almost like the world was holding its breath. I assumed a storm was on its way. After dinner, we retreated to our tent. The gentle patter of light rain on the canvas soon lulled me to sleep. But in the middle of the night, I woke to a sound that made my heart race. A deep, guttural cry that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before, and for a moment, I thought it might just be the wind. Then, I felt the ground tremble slightly beneath me, like something large was moving nearby. Lily stirred beside me, but I stayed silent, not wanting to alarm her if it turned out to be nothing. I lay still, straining to listen, when the sound came again, louder this time, followed by a sudden, sharp thud that shook the earth harder. Before I could make sense of what was happening, the entire tent quivered violently, as if something enormous had collided with it. I heard my parents stirring in their section, and Lily bolted upright beside me, wide-eyed and scared. The next moment was pure chaos. The framework of the tent groaned under pressure, and I could hear the fabric stretching to its limits. Then, to my horror, Lily's section began to collapse. The walls caved inward abruptly, and the structure buckled as though crushed by some invisible force. Lily screamed and scrambled toward the central space, but the collapsed fabric blocked her path. My heart pounded as I scrambled to help her. My parents were already unzipping their section, shouting for us to get out. Somehow, I managed to pull Lily free, and we stumbled into the center of the tent together. The air was thick with the smell of damp soil and something else musky, animal-like. We stood there, shaking, staring at the wreckage of Lily's section. It was almost completely flattened, with metal poles bent at unnatural angles. The thought of how close she had come to being seriously hurt, or worse, made my stomach churn. We didn't have much time to think before a voice boomed across the campground. It was the site manager, shouting for everyone to stay in their tents. His tone was urgent, almost panicked, which only heightened our fear. We huddled together as the strange cries and heavy thuds continued outside. The ground shook intermittently, and it felt like the entire tent could collapse at any moment. Eventually, the noises faded into an eerie silence that seemed even more unsettling. When we finally ventured out at dawn, the scene was surreal. The campsite looked like a disaster zone. Several tents were destroyed, their frames twisted and fabric torn. Belongings were scattered across the field. Near the edge of the campground, we saw the culprits, a large bull and its calf. Their massive silhouettes stood out against the soft morning light. The calf was making the strange, bellowing cry we'd heard, while the bull pawed at the ground, clearly agitated. Apparently, the pair had wandered in from a nearby farm after breaking through a fence. In their panic, they had trampled through the campsite, and the bull had crushed Lily's section of the tent. The thought of how close she had come to being hurt made my legs feel weak. The site manager and a few campers managed to guide the animals back to their field, and by morning, the chaos had subsided. Though Lily was shaken, she was unharmed. My parents decided we should pack up and leave. None of us felt comfortable staying after what had happened. As we drove away, I couldn't stop replaying the events in my mind. If Lily had been lying down, or if the bull had stepped just slightly differently, the outcome could have been devastating. The sight of the crushed tent stayed with me, a haunting reminder of how fragile safety can be. Even now, years later, I can still hear the calves' eerie cries and see the ruined campsite in my mind. Camping trips were never the same after that. The wilderness, once a place of solace, now felt unpredictable and untamed, a sobering reminder of nature's raw power. It was the summer of 2003, and I had just turned 17. My grandfather, a man who had spent his life as a carpenter, felt it was time to teach me some of his outdoor skills. He believed every person should know how to survive in the wild, so when he suggested a camping trip in the remote woods of northern Minnesota, I eagerly agreed. I had always looked up to him for his strength and wisdom. At 65, he still moved with the energy of someone much younger, his hands weathered from years of hard work and his voice steady, full of quiet confidence. I knew spending a week in the wilderness with him would be memorable, even if it seemed a bit old-fashioned. We packed lightly, just the basics: a tent, sleeping bags, a first aid kit, a small propane stove, canned food, and a couple of knives. My grandfather insisted on bringing a rifle for safety, though I doubted we'd need it. We planned to camp near a large, isolated lake, around 20 miles from the nearest road. It wasn't a well-known spot, which suited us perfectly. The goal was to escape the noise of the world, enjoy nature, and test our survival skills. We reached the trailhead on a bright afternoon. The hike to the campsite was about 5 miles through dense forest, with the air thick and humid, and the mosquitoes relentless. But the promise of the peaceful lake kept us moving. The trail was hardly a trail at all, more like a faint outline through towering pines and thick underbrush. I followed my grandfather closely, admiring how he moved with the ease of someone who had spent his life in the woods. When we finally reached the lake, the view was breathtaking. The water was still, reflecting the trees and sky like a perfect mirror. There wasn't another soul in sight. We found a flat spot near the shore to set up camp, and as we worked, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the water. By the time we finished, The only light came from our small campfire and the stars above. The first night passed quietly. We cooked some canned stew over the fire, chatted about random things, and then went to bed early. The silence of the forest was overwhelming. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. It took me a while to fall asleep, but when I did, I slept deeply. The second day proved more challenging. We spent the morning fishing, but the lake didn't give up much. By noon, the clouds rolled in, and the air grew heavy. My grandfather suggested we gather extra firewood in case it rained. So we spent hours collecting fallen branches and cutting them into manageable pieces. As we worked, I began to notice how isolated we were. The forest seemed denser than it had the day before, the trees almost closing in on us. That night, the rain came. What started as a light drizzle quickly turned into a downpour. The sound of it hitting the tent was deafening, and I began to feel uneasy for no clear reason. My grandfather seemed unaffected, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Maybe it was just the storm playing tricks on my mind. The next morning, the rain had stopped, but the forest was soaked. The trail we had hiked in on had turned into a muddy mess, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth. We decided to stay around camp, drying out our gear and trying to catch some fish. That's when I noticed something strange. About 50 yards from our campsite, near the forest's edge, there were tracks in the mud. They weren't animal prints. They were boot prints. At first, I thought they might be ours from the day before, but the more I looked, the more I realized they couldn't be. The prints were too fresh, and they didn't follow the trail we had taken. They came from deeper in the woods and stopped near the water's edge. I showed the tracks to my grandfather, who studied them for a moment before shrugging them off. Probably just a hunter passing through, he said, but I couldn't stop thinking about those tracks. Who else would be out here in the middle of nowhere during a storm, and why had they come so close to our camp? The rest of the day passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That night, as we sat by the fire, I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. My grandfather must have noticed because he handed me the rifle and told me to keep it nearby. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. At first, I didn't understand why the tent was so dark, and the forest outside felt eerily still. I lay there, listening to my heart pounding in my chest. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound, like footsteps, coming from the direction of the lake. I reached over and shook my grandfather awake. He listened for a moment, then grabbed the rifle. Without a word, he unzipped the tent and stepped outside. I followed, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a dim orange glow across the campsite. The footsteps had stopped, but the air felt heavy, as if something was watching us. My grandfather scanned the area with the rifle, but there was nothing. After a while, we went back to the tent, but neither of us slept much. The next morning, we decided to pack up and leave early. The forest didn't feel the same anymore. It was as if the trees were closing in on us, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. As we hiked back to the trailhead, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following us. When we finally reached the car, I felt a wave of relief. As we loaded our gear into the trunk, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Stuck to the back of the car was a single muddy boot print. I had been working the night shift for years, but this time felt different. It was 2015, and I was 29. I was assigned to monitor a construction site deep in the Appalachian forest. The company had decided it was more cost-effective to have someone on site around the clock to prevent theft or vandalism. The project had stalled due to legal issues, so for months, my only task was to stay in a camper and keep watch. It wasn't a bad gig, quiet with plenty of time to myself. That night, the rain began just after sunset. Heavy drops hammered the roof of the camper, creating a constant hum that should have been soothing. But the wind howled through the trees, and the rain blurred the outside world beyond the small windows. It felt isolating, as if I were the only person left on Earth. I had parked the camper on a gravel patch near the construction site, with the woods surrounding me on 3 sides. Beyond the trees was nothing but miles of dense forest. The site itself was a large clearing, slick with mud from the rain, filled with half-built structures, stacks of lumber, and scattered heavy machinery. My job was simple: do perimeter checks every few hours and report any problems. Easy, right? By 9 p.m., the storm had picked up. The wind was so powerful it rocked the camper, and the lights flickered occasionally, but the generator held steady. I sat in the tiny kitchen, eating leftover food and listening to the crackling radio. The nearest town was over an hour away, and there was no cell signal out here. The isolation was both a blessing and a curse. Around 10 p.m., I decided to do my first check. I grabbed my flashlight and rain jacket, then stepped out into the storm. The cold rain hit me hard, soaking through my clothes in seconds. The flashlight barely pierced the downpour, making everything look distorted and strange. I walked the perimeter, my boots sinking into the mud with each step. Everything seemed normal. No signs of trespassing, no wildlife, just the relentless rain and wind. But as I headed back to the camper, I noticed something strange. One of the heavy tarps covering the lumber piles had come loose, flapping violently in the wind. I hurried over to secure it, but as I got closer, I saw footprints in the mud. They were fresh, leading away from the tarp and into the woods. My stomach tightened. The prints were human, too large to be anything else, and they hadn't been there earlier. I pointed my flashlight toward the tree line, but the rain made it almost impossible to see. I told myself it was probably just someone from the site who had been here earlier and forgot to mention it, but deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. I was supposed to be the only one here that night. Back in the camper, I locked the door and double-checked the windows. My heart raced, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there. I tried to focus on the radio, but every creak of the camper and every gust of wind made me jump. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to burst open. At midnight, I forced myself to go out for another round. Staying inside felt safer, but I couldn't ignore my duties. I grabbed the flashlight again and stepped outside. The rain had slowed slightly, but the air was colder now, and the woods seemed darker, more ominous. As I walked the perimeter, I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints. I kept the flashlight low, scanning the ground for any new tracks, but the mud had turned into a soupy mess, making it impossible to tell. Halfway through my check, I heard something, a faint, rhythmic tapping. It wasn't the rain or the wind. It was deliberate, like someone knocking on wood. I froze, trying to pinpoint the direction, but the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Then, it stopped, leaving only the hiss of rain and the rustling of leaves. I waited, my heart pounding, but the noise didn't return. I hurried back to the camper, my nerves on edge. I locked the door again and sat at the tiny table, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. I told myself it was just the wind playing tricks, but the unease didn't go away. I felt exposed, like someone was watching me. By 2 a.m., the storm had turned into a steady drizzle. I decided to do one final check before settling in for the night. The rain had washed away most of the mud, but when I reached the tarp-covered lumber pile, my blood ran cold. The footprints were back. This time, there were more of them, dozens crisscrossing around the site, leading in and out of the woods. I scanned the area with my flashlight, my breath fogging in the cold air. Something moved at the edge of the tree line, a shadow quick and low to the ground. I swung the flashlight toward it, but there was nothing there. My pulse hammered in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but the camper was my only shelter, and the truck was parked too far away. Inside the camper, I barricaded the door with a chair and sat by the window, clutching a kitchen knife. The rain had stopped, leaving an eerie silence. Hours passed, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing faint noises outside, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. Every sound reminded me that I wasn't alone. As dawn approached, the sky lightened just enough to see. The clearing looked empty, but the footprints were still there, more defined in the soft light. They led away from the camper, back into the woods. I debated leaving, but my shift ended at 8 a.m., and I didn't want to explain to my boss why I'd abandoned my post. At 7 a.m., I stepped outside, clutching the flashlight even though I didn't need it anymore. I followed the footprints to the edge of the woods, stopping just short of the tree line. The forest felt alive, every shadow and movement a potential threat. I didn't dare go any further. When my replacement arrived, I didn't mention the footprints or the noises. I didn't want to seem paranoid or incompetent. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something I couldn't explain. Whoever or whatever had been out there, they had been watching me all night and they knew I was there. It was late September of 2018 when my friend Kevin and I decided to go camping. We had been working out together for a few years, and our friendship went beyond the gym. Kevin was a tough, no-nonsense cop, and he had a way of convincing me to do things I wouldn't usually consider. This camping trip was one of those things. He wanted to go deep into the woods to disconnect and push ourselves. It wasn't just a typical camping trip. Kevin wanted to go without much gear, just us, a tent, and nature. He assured me he knew the area, an isolated spot in the woods of Pennsylvania where he had camped before. It was far from any marked trails, and Kevin promised it would be quiet. We packed light: a tent, sleeping bags, a portable stove, some canned food, and water filters. Kevin also brought his service pistol, saying it was for safety. I thought it was a bit much, but I didn't argue. After all, he was a cop. The drive to the forest took us nearly 3 hours. The road kept narrowing as we got closer, eventually turning to gravel. Finally, Kevin parked at a small, unmarked clearing. From there, we had to hike another 2 hours to get to his ideal spot. The hike was tough. The air was crisp, and the leaves were beginning to turn shades of red and yellow. At first, I enjoyed the view, but as we went deeper into the woods, the trees grew thicker, and the silence felt eerie. Kevin led the way, calm and sure of himself, while I struggled to keep up. We finally reached a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The place felt untouched, like no one had been there in years. Kevin set up the tent while I gathered firewood. By the time the sun began to set, we had a nice fire going. We ate quietly, listening to the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. The isolation was both calming and unsettling. Kevin seemed perfectly fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching us. I brushed it off as paranoia. After all, this was my first time camping so far off the grid. That first night, I woke to a strange sound. At first, it was just distant branches snapping. I lay still, listening closely. The sound grew louder, closer, until it became unmistakable footsteps. I nudged Kevin, but he was already awake. He put a finger to his lips, signaling me to be quiet. The footsteps stopped just outside the tent, and my heart pounded so loudly I thought whoever, or whatever, was out there could hear it. Kevin slowly unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. He didn't say anything, but his body stiffened. After a few minutes, he zipped the tent back up and whispered, "Probably just an animal. Go back to sleep." I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, Kevin acted like nothing had happened. I followed his lead, trying to shake off the unease from the night before. We spent the day exploring the area, hiking to a nearby stream to refill our water bottles. As we were walking back to camp, Kevin stopped suddenly and pointed to the ground. There, we saw a trail of bare human footprints. They weren't ours, and they didn't look old. Kevin's expression changed. He scanned the area, his hand resting on his holstered pistol. "Let's head back," he said. When we got back to camp, nothing seemed out of place, but Kevin insisted we keep the fire going all night, even during the day. He didn't say anything, but I could tell he was just as rattled as I was. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they circled the tent. Kevin grabbed his pistol and whispered for me to stay inside. He unzipped the tent and stepped out, leaving me alone. I could hear him moving around, the crunch of leaves under his boots, then silence. Nothing but my own breathing. After what felt like an eternity, Kevin returned. He didn't say much, only that he didn't see anything. But his face was pale, and his hands were shaking. We decided to pack up and leave. Kevin didn't argue when I suggested it, which was unusual for him. As we were breaking down the tent, I noticed something carved into one of the nearby trees. A crude drawing of a human figure. I pointed it out to Kevin, and he muttered something under his breath. He didn't say what he thought it meant, but his urgency to leave intensified. The hike back to the truck felt longer than it should have. Every noise and movement in the trees made me jump. Kevin stayed ahead, his pistol out, constantly scanning the area. When we finally reached the truck, I felt a wave of relief until I saw the windshield. It was cracked, like someone had hit it with a rock or a bat. Kevin cursed under his breath and checked the rest of the truck. Nothing else seemed damaged, but the sight of that shattered glass sent chills down my spine. The drive home was tense. Neither of us said much, and Kevin kept checking the rearview mirror, like he expected someone to be following us. When we got back to town, we parted ways without much conversation. Kevin told me he'd report the incident to his department, but I never heard any updates. A few weeks later, I looked up the area where we had camped. I found a few news articles about disappearances in the region, hikers and campers who had vanished without a trace. One article mentioned strange symbols carved into trees near their last known locations. I haven't gone camping since. That afternoon at Elk Stream, I was 14. My family and I were on a camping getaway at a popular site in southern Washington. It was the summer of 2006, and the stream was known for its natural rock slides. Smooth, polished stones guided the water like a ready-made amusement park ride. My parents had learned about it from some friends, and the idea of a natural water park made it a must-visit spot for our trip. The day began perfectly. The sunlight filtered through towering fir trees. The air was warm but not stifling, and the chilly stream water was just the refreshment we needed. The sound of rushing water bounced off the rocks, mingling with occasional bird songs and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. The slides were bustling with families and kids like us, laughing and splashing as they glided down the slippery rocks. My younger brother, Ben, who was 9, couldn't get enough of it. He kept challenging me to race him down the slides to see who could go faster. My mom and dad were settled on a flat rock farther upstream, chatting with other adults and snacking, while I mostly stayed in the water, sliding over and over. The stream wasn't deep, up to my waist in most places, but the current was stronger than it appeared. First, it was all fun. I would slide down, land in the lower pool, and climb back up to do it again. The rush of flying down the slick rocks, water spraying around me, was thrilling. Within minutes, I was drenched, but the sun's warmth made it comfortable. After a few hours, the crowd began to thin. Families packed up, leaving the area quieter. My parents were still chatting, and my brother had joined some other kids to build a makeshift dam. I decided to linger in the water a bit longer. The coolness was soothing after so much sliding and climbing. I floated at the base of the slide, letting the gentle current nudge me around the calm pool. The water at the bottom of the slide was still, but farther downstream, the current quickened. I hadn't really noticed where the stream flowed, assuming it was more rocks and shallow pools like the rest of the area. But as I drifted toward the edge of the pool, I felt the pull of the current grow stronger. I kicked my legs to push myself back toward the slide, but the rocks beneath the water were smooth and slick, offering no grip. The current tugged harder, inching me downstream. I told myself it was fine, I just needed to swim harder. But as I paddled, my arms began to ache, and a sinking panic set in. I wasn't making any progress. The water grew louder as the stream narrowed. I looked downstream and saw something that made my stomach drop. A waterfall. It wasn't just a small drop. The water surged over a steep cliff, plunging into the void below. White foam churned at the edge, and my heart froze. I had no idea how far the drop was, but it looked high, too high. The current pulled me faster now, and I scrambled, clawing at the rocks around me. My hands scraped against the slick surface, but I couldn't find anything to hold on to. My feet couldn't grip either. I shouted, but the roar of the water swallowed my voice. My family was too far upstream to hear me. As I neared the edge, I spotted a branch hanging low over the water. It wasn't thick, but it looked sturdy. Instinctively, I lunged for it, stretching out my arms. My fingertips brushed the branch, then latched onto it. The current tugged at my body with fierce force, sending pain through my arm as I clung to the branch. For a moment, I was sure it would snap. The wood creaked and shifted under my weight, but didn't break. I summoned every ounce of strength left in me and pulled myself toward the shore. My legs thrashed against the current as I inched onto the rocks. Finally, I collapsed on solid ground, gasping for air, my limbs trembling from the effort. For a moment, I sat there, staring at the waterfall just a few feet away. The water thundered down into a misty abyss, the bottom out of sight. If I'd gone over, I wouldn't have made it. As the shock set in, I stood on unsteady legs, wobbling as I made my way back upstream, hugging the rocky bank this time. When I reached my family, they were still where I had left them, completely unaware of what had just happened. My brother waved at me, and my parents smiled as if everything was fine. I didn't tell them. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to scare them or ruin the day. Or maybe I just didn't want to relive it. But for the rest of the trip, I couldn't stop picturing that waterfall. I kept seeing myself going over, disappearing into the mist below. Even now, years later, I can still feel the current's pull, the raw panic in my chest, and the rough texture of that branch in my hands. It was the closest I've ever come to dying, and no one even knew. It was late June, and my girlfriend, Lisa, and I had planned a camping trip with her family in the hills of northern New Mexico, near a small town called Cedar Valley. The area was famous for its thick woods, rugged cliffs, and narrow, winding trails. About 14 years earlier, during my college years, I had an experience in Navajo land in Utah that I still couldn't explain. It left me with a strange, lingering feeling, like a shadow of something sinister that I couldn't quite shake. A Navajo friend of mine back then had said very little about it, but seemed to understand. All he told me was to trust my instincts if I ever felt that way again. When we arrived at the campsite, the atmosphere was serene. Lisa's family was lively and cheerful, busy setting up tents, cooking over a campfire, and chatting as the sun dipped behind the hills. Lisa had always had trouble with her appetite and often used cannabis to help her eat. Since that wasn't something she could do openly around her family, we decided to sneak away later for some privacy. After dinner, we hopped into my truck and headed down a quiet road that curved through the hills. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fresh pine, and the road was narrow, with a steep drop-off on one side and dense forest on the other. Eventually, we came across a small overlook with a pull-off. The parking area was empty, bordered by scattered trees and thick underbrush on one side, with a clear view of the valley below on the other. From there, I could make out the dim lights of distant farms and the faint glow of the town. Felt remote, but not dangerously so. Lisa prepared her pipe while I leaned back in my seat, taking in the peaceful night. But as the minutes passed, an odd uneasiness crept over me. At first, it was barely noticeable, just the faint prickling sensation of hairs standing on end. Then it grew heavier, like a static charge buzzing over my skin. I tried to shrug it off, chalking it up to paranoia and the eerie quiet of the forest at night. Then I heard it, a faint rustling in the brush to our left, where the trees were thickest. At first, it was subtle, like the sound of an animal moving through tall grass. I thought it might be a deer or maybe a raccoon. But as the noise continued, I noticed a pattern. It sounded deliberate, too steady to be an animal. I glanced at Lisa, but she seemed relaxed, caught up in her own thoughts. I didn't want to alarm her, so I kept my focus on the dark woods, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But the sound persisted, growing closer, and its cadence was unmistakably human. Then I saw it. A shadow shifted at the edge of the lot. It was tall, upright, and slowly making its way uphill toward us. My pulse quickened, and memories of that night in Utah years ago flooded back. My hand hovered over the keys in the ignition as I tried to process what I was seeing. The figure stopped just at the tree line, partially hidden by the shadows. Before I could react, Lisa spoke, breaking the silence. She said she thought she heard footsteps on the pavement. My stomach turned. Then I heard it too clear, deliberate steps on the asphalt, coming from the opposite side of the lot. There were two sets of footsteps, one in the brush, one on the pavement, both getting closer. Instinct kicked in. I turned the key and the engine roared to life. Throwing the truck into reverse, I backed out of the lot, tires skidding on the gravel, and sped down the road without looking back. The headlights cut through the darkness as my hands gripped the wheel tightly. Lisa sat in stunned silence beside me. The drive back to the campsite felt like an eternity. Every shadow along the road made me flinch. Every rustle in the trees set my nerves on edge. When we finally pulled up, Lisa's family was gathered around the fire, laughing and roasting marshmallows, completely unaware of what had just happened. For the next 2 nights, I hardly slept. Each time the wind rustled the trees, I thought of those footsteps, of that shadow moving toward us. I replayed the events over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of them. If it had been animals, they wouldn't have moved like that. Black bears don't walk upright for that long, and no other creatures in these hills could explain what we saw. If it had been people, their behavior was even more unsettling. 2 strangers approaching a parked truck in the middle of nowhere at night couldn't have had good intentions. But the most chilling thought of all was the one I couldn't dismiss. What if it wasn't human? That trip left me with a newfound respect for the wilderness, and a reminder that, out there, you're never truly alone. In 2007, I, a man from Denmark, planned a fishing trip deep into the forest of Sweden with my friend, Jacob. We journeyed far into the woods, taking in the breathtaking beauty around us. We didn't really pay attention to where we were going or how deep we had ventured. Eventually, we found a perfect little sandy beach to set up and fish. As time passed, we were completely absorbed in our fishing when we noticed something unusual. Footprints in the sand. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be bear tracks. Now, they always say not to run from a predator, but in that moment, it was hard not to panic. Suddenly, we began to hear rustling from the nearby bushes. Jacob and I froze, straining to listen as the whole forest seemed to fall silent. We just stood there, holding our fishing poles, staring at the bushes, waiting to see what was in them. Then a snout emerged. We jumped back, ready to flee, when a large bear stepped out of the underbrush. It was a shock. We weren't used to encountering such a massive animal back in Denmark. We instinctively began to back away. The bear, however, didn't seem particularly interested in us. Slowly and cautiously, we started making our way back in the direction we thought was our camp, but we hadn't paid enough attention to our surroundings, so we quickly realized we were lost. Panic set in. We wandered in circles through the woods, feeling completely disoriented. What we didn't realize was that the bear had decided to follow us. As soon as we realized we were being stalked, fear overtook us. We exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, and started running. Despite all the advice we'd heard about not running from predators, there was no time to think. We only looked back occasionally to see if the bear was getting closer. I couldn't help but think about how I was going to meet my end, lost in the woods, far from home. Then 2 deafening gunshots rang out. It was a hunter sitting high up in a tree stand. We froze, catching our breath, and the hunter descended. He told us how lucky we were that he spotted us running from the bear, which had been following us the whole time. We hadn't realized just how close we were to danger. We explained how we had gotten lost, and the hunter kindly guided us back to the right trail. I never got his name, but I'll forever be grateful to him. Thank you, stranger, for saving our lives. Thanks for tuning in to another chilling episode of Unexplained Encounters. If you have a story you'd like shared on the show, visit darkstories.org. Unexplained Encounters is an original series from EerieCast. Explore more horror-themed podcasts at eeriecast.com, including Redwood Bureau, Freaky Folklore, Destination Terror, and Tales from the Break Room. Want to support us and enjoy fewer ads? Sign up for EerieCast Plus at eeriecast.com. Until next time, stay safe, stay creepy, because this world is full of strange and unsettling things. Music. I live in a semi-rural area in Vermont, where it's mostly peaceful, but the people here can sometimes be a bit strange. This story took place about 2 years ago in 2020 during June, when my friends and I were about to graduate from high school. We had all planned on going to the graduation ceremony and hanging around afterward, but one of my buddies suggested we check out an abandoned racetrack his cousin told him about. It seemed pretty cool, and we could have a party there instead. We all agreed to go. On the day of the trip, we spent our time getting food, drinks, and other supplies for a good time. Around 2:30 p.m., we headed out to the racetrack, which was about an hour's drive from where we lived. The drive wasn't a big deal to us. On the way there, my friend dropped a bomb on us. Hey, this racetrack is abandoned. I'm not sure what's inside, but my cousin mentioned that there are supposed to be people living in the basement. We all chuckled, dismissing the idea of people hiding out in an abandoned racetrack. When we arrived, we saw that the place was massive. We parked near the basement entrance for an easy escape if needed, got our things together, and headed inside. As we entered, we noticed a pillar with the words, "Welcome to Hell Run," spray painted on it. That seemed pretty odd, but we kept moving forward. We eventually reached the 3rd floor and discovered that we couldn't go any higher due to a collapse. So we set up camp there and the party began. After everyone had a decent buzz going, we decided to explore the place by playing a game of manhunt. The entire building was only lit by moonlight, making it pitch black inside. My close friend, Susan, and I started looking for the rest of our friends, beginning in the basement. As soon as we stepped inside the basement, an awful stench hit us, like old books mixed with decomposing things. We continued deeper into the basement when we heard footsteps shuffling around. We thought it was one of our friends, so I moved toward the sound, trying to surprise the person and figure out who it was. I was wrong. A few minutes later, we found a mask sitting on a table. It appeared to be made from animal skin stitched together. Both of us found it quite disturbing and decided to warn the others that we weren't alone. We made our way back to the stairs that led to the third floor when suddenly, a bottle shattered next to Susan's feet. She screamed in shock. I tried to calm her down, telling her it was just one of our friends playing a prank. I looked up the stairs and saw my friend laughing as he tossed the bottle. But when I turned in a different direction, I froze in fear. At the end of the second floor were two cloaked figures wearing masks. I immediately told Susan to run, and she shouted, "That's not funny." So I picked her up and forced her to look at what I was seeing. She screamed again. The chase was on. Those cloaked figures started walking toward us. I screamed to the rest of my friends that we weren't alone in there. As Susan and I ran for it, my friends came rushing down from a different stairway and met us at the front entrance. It took me a moment to catch my breath and explain what I had seen. After I finished, my friend grabbed a 12-gauge Winchester shotgun from his truck, saying, "There's no way," but he was interrupted when one of those figures appeared in front of us. My other friend, who was with us, calmly handed me his pistol, saying, "You stay with Susan. You guys go grab our things." Two more of my friends and I went back inside, taking an alternate route to the second floor stairs. Along the way, we noticed that the basement door was wide open. We approached the door and saw light coming from within. I kicked the door open and found a pentagram surrounded by candles. Near it was the mask I had pointed out earlier, but what really unnerved me was noticing the wall torn apart, with the words, "Death Leap," scrawled above a huge hole. Looking inside the hole, I saw that it led all the way to the basement. We quickly left the room and grabbed our things. As we were leaving, we saw 6 or 7 figures moving away from the side of the building. They seemed to be leaving, but we didn't pay much attention. We packed everything up and drove away. But as we were pulling out, those same figures suddenly stopped and began to stare at us. None of us have returned since that day. All of us just brushed it off as some kind of satanic worshippers trying to mess with me and my friends, and I really hope that's all it was. This is my experience with a creature in the woods. My name is Sam, and I was living in Pennsylvania when this happened, sometime between the ages of 10 and 12. Our school had planned a camping trip to the Pine Ridge Forest, and being the adventurous type, I immediately signed up. The trip was scheduled for the winter, so we bundled up in our warm clothes before heading out for the 3-day adventure. The journey began like any other. We boarded the bus. Our teachers grouped us together, and we unloaded our camping gear once we arrived. We quickly set to work with setting up our camp. However, as we worked, I had this strange feeling that someone was watching me. I dismissed it, thinking there were just animals around. But as soon as I thought this, I heard a howl echo from the woods. Startled, I dropped the hammer I was holding. My friend tried to assure me it was nothing, but the sound was not just animal-like. It had a human quality mixed with something more primal, like a wolf, but distorted. It was hard to describe, and honestly, I didn't feel right about it, but I tried to ignore it and continue with the trip. That night, as we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and singing, everything seemed normal. Hours passed, and the fire started to die down. We were sent in different directions to gather more wood. I decided to venture into the darker, more ominous section of the forest. It was just who I was, curious and fearless. After about 10 minutes of picking up sticks, I realized the forest was too quiet, the kind of quiet that feels wrong. Then, I heard a twig snap near the tree line. I froze in place and scanned the area. I called out, but my voice echoed back at me, distorted. The echo sounded strange, almost unnatural. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and I dropped the sticks I was holding, sprinting away. As I ran, I could hear more twigs snapping behind me. My heart raced in terror. After running for several minutes, the sound stopped. I thought I was safe, but when I turned around to check, I realized that was a huge mistake. I came face to face with a giant creature, a wolf-like being standing on two legs, its body covered in fur, but its eyes were almost human, and it looked at me with what seemed like a grin, showing rows of sharp teeth that seemed ready to tear through anything. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, not stopping until I reached the campsite. When I finally collapsed next to my best friend, Sarah, I was crying uncontrollably. She asked what was wrong, but I could barely speak. I pointed toward the woods where I had come from. Everything went black, and I woke up the next morning in my tent, surrounded by concerned faces. I tried to explain, but all I could say was that I saw a huge wolf. That was all they would ever know. The third day, I stayed in my tent, too afraid to go outside. I was terrified of encountering that creature again. Even now, I avoid going too deep into the woods. If you ever find yourself in the forest and feel watched, or if you hear something strange, just leave. Run and never look back. This is a story from my grandparents and my aunt. When my family goes camping, my grandpa can sleep anywhere, seriously. But if he tells you it's time to pack up and leave, you better listen. You grab your things and get in the car right away. I think my grandparents and my aunt, who was around 7 or 8 years old at the time, were on their way to Kentucky to pick up my mom and uncle. They had gone on a trip with friends for a vacation. It was getting late in the afternoon when my grandparents pulled into a gas station in the mountains of Kentucky. As a side note, it was probably near a small town they liked to visit. They enjoyed sightseeing, so it wasn't odd for them to take a little detour during their trips. They asked the woman at the counter if there was a place nearby where they could camp for the night. She told them there was a gated campground about 5 miles down the road. My grandpa said, "All right," and they drove the 5 miles. By now, my grandma was starting to feel uneasy. She asked my grandpa if he was sure about staying there. He said yes, probably because he was tired of driving and didn't care where they stayed. They pulled up to the gate, and it was locked. There was a sign saying, "Welcome, help yourself, and pay in the morning at the office." My grandpa had my grandma get out of the truck to open the gate. He drove the camper through, and she closed the gate behind them. She got back in the truck, and they drove down a long, steep hill. At the bottom, they found a campsite, parked the camper, and started to get ready for the evening. This is where things started to feel off. While my grandma was cooking dinner, she looked up and saw my aunt playing outside. My grandpa was walking up and down the campsite, muttering to himself. Finally, he grabbed my aunt, put her in the camper, and told my grandma in a frantic voice to stop what she was doing and pack everything up. He said they had to leave now. My grandma was confused but did as he said. She quickly packed everything up, got my aunt settled, and asked my grandpa what was wrong. He said, "We can't stay here. We need to leave." He started the truck and drove back up the steep hill, speeding up as he went. They reached the gate again, and my grandma had to get out and open it for them. After that, they drove for about an hour before finally stopping at a well-lit truck stop. The next day, when they reached their destination, they told their friends about the gated campground. One of their friends reacted with shock and said that people had gone missing in that area before. My grandpa was visibly shaken. He kept thanking God for his instincts. When they got back to Michigan, they learned that in the 2 weeks before they passed through, 8 people had gone missing in that exact area. They had almost stayed there. My grandpa was thankful he trusted his gut. Back in 2020, I went to Europe with 4 friends, and we decided to visit the Ukrainian town of Prepet. Before our trip, we made sure to get the proper clearance and brought radiation counters to ensure we stayed in safe areas. We thought spending one day there wouldn't be too risky as long as we stuck together. Our plan was to explore, camp for the night, and leave early the next day. Unfortunately, I wish it had been that simple. When we arrived, my friend Kevin pointed out how eerie and quiet the place was. The clocks still read 11:55, and we soon came across the deserted amusement park. The bumper cars sat motionless, the Ferris wheel creaked, and a strange stillness hung in the air. It felt as if some huge force had come along and wiped out everyone who once lived here. Our radiation counters showed low readings, which seemed like a good sign, but we were warned that if any of us began feeling strange, we needed to leave immediately. Then my friend Brandon mentioned that the animals in the area had been badly affected by the radiation. Not long after, we spotted a lone wolf wandering nearby. We kept our distance, observing it from afar. When it turned to face us, we quickly looked away to avoid provoking it. But when I dared to glance back for a split second, I noticed something unsettling about its eyes. I'm no expert in animal behavior, but I'm sure that the wolf's eyes were different. They were unnaturally wide, and I couldn't distinguish between the cornea, iris, and pupil. It appeared to be blind, but it was still sniffing the air, probably aware of our presence. Fortunately, it eventually wandered off without attacking. Brandon suggested we find somewhere to set up camp in one of the nearby buildings. "I'm not sure what it is," he said, "but I feel like something doesn't want us here." The others agreed, all of us still shaken from the encounter with the wolf. We eventually found an empty building that had low radiation levels and a roof overhead, so we decided to settle there for the night. What happened next, though, is something I'll never forget. Before I continue, I want to clarify that I felt fine. No headaches, no dizziness, no nausea, or any other signs of radiation sickness. So it wasn't that. It wasn't a hallucination either. I woke up abruptly to a strange moaning sound, like a lawnmower running out of fuel. I was about to ask if anyone else heard it when I noticed the others were already sitting up, listening intently. "Okay," I said. "We can all agree we heard that." Brandon swallowed nervously, then spoke. "I think I know what doesn't want us here." He pointed behind us, and we all turned to see what he was talking about. There, standing in the doorway, was a figure. It was over 6 feet tall with reddened skin. Its eyes were completely red, and from its left arm, there was what looked like a twisted, deformed limb. The sight was so disturbing that we all screamed in fear. "Does radiation even do that?" I asked, but before anyone could answer, the others grabbed their things and fled. I followed close behind, but when I dared to look back, the figure was still standing there, swaying and groaning as though it couldn't control its own body. After we returned home, Brandon went to visit his family, while Grant and I tried to rationalize what we'd seen, concluding it was possibly a victim of radiation. Kevin and Maria, the other two, refused to talk about it. None of us ever brought it up again until now. So, if you ever find yourself in Prepet, keep your eyes and ears open. The radiation is still there, and some people either couldn't or wouldn't leave. You might encounter someone who's been badly affected, so in all honesty, it might not be the safest place to visit. I've always had a deep interest in the paranormal and supernatural. It's something I've always been passionate about, and I've spent countless hours researching and learning about these topics. Back when I was in middle school, I had to write an essay on any subject we chose, as long as we did research and included plenty of information. While most of my classmates chose typical topics like fishing or crafts, I went for something a bit different. I decided to research skinwalkers. After watching an episode of a paranormal show where they visited Skinwalker Canyon, I became fascinated by these creatures and spent a lot of time reading up on folklore. My final essay turned out to be about 12 pages long, and I was extremely proud of it. Some of my classmates thought it was strange, and a few of the teachers were concerned, but it didn't cause me any trouble. Looking back, it was kind of ironic that I chose this topic, because what I learned about skinwalkers didn't help me understand what happened to me that summer. The summer between 6th and 7th grade, my family moved. It wasn't far, only about a 15-minute drive, so we could be closer to my grandmother. The house we lived in was surrounded by thick woods, which my younger brother and I spent a lot of time exploring. We didn't have a huge yard, but we did have a large patch of forest to roam and play in, and we knew every inch of it. At the time, I loved being outside, and I'd spend hours in the woods, especially with my dogs. Our house was built on a small hill, and at the back of the house, there was a small porch that overlooked the woods. It was just big enough for a grill or a few camping chairs. I'd often sit out there in the evenings, listening to the sounds of the forest as it grew dark. The trees were about 20 yards away, and the angle of the porch meant I'd be about 6 or 7 feet above the ground when looking down at the trees. One evening in July, I was out on the porch as usual. I'd been sitting there reading one of my favorite books, just relaxing. I was around 12 years old at the time, and I had trouble focusing for long periods. After finishing my reading, I stood up and leaned on the railing, gazing out into the woods. A few moments later, I heard something moving through the trees. Since we lived so close to the forest, we often had deer wander through, sometimes even close to the house if we stayed quiet. Naturally, I went still, waiting to see if a deer would appear. After about half a minute, I saw a pale, slender figure emerge from the bushes. For a brief moment, I was excited to see such a beautiful animal, but that feeling quickly turned to confusion. This deer didn't look quite right. Its neck was unnaturally long, and its legs were thin and spindly. I couldn't imagine how it was able to support itself on legs that thin. It seemed like it should collapse under its own weight. But somehow, it stood steady on its hooves as it walked. As the creature got closer, I felt a strange sense of fascination mixed with confusion, but no fear. When it was almost directly in front of me, I realized that no deer would get so close to a person like this. It stared right at me, and I could tell it knew I was there. A wave of unease washed over me. Maybe it was sick or had rabies. I figured there was no way it could get on the porch with me, but still, I slowly stepped back from the railing, went inside, and locked the door behind me. I thought about it for a moment, then shrugged it off as just a sick deer. I told my mom about the strange deer, worried for the safety of our dogs and my brother. I didn't want them to get sick or hurt. My mom immediately became concerned and kept my brother and the dogs inside for the next few days. We moved away that week, but it had nothing to do with the encounter. I never saw that deer again, or any deer like it. It's been years since that night, and I had almost forgotten about it, until just a few nights ago. My interest in the paranormal hasn't faded, and I still keep researching these strange creatures. While I was browsing through cryptid videos online, I came across something called Not Deer. Intrigued, I searched for more information, and after a few minutes, the memories of that night came rushing back. The creature's appearance and behavior matched perfectly with what I was learning about Not Deer. Suddenly, the strange creature I had encountered as a child started to make sense. What I thought was just an imaginative story from my younger years had actually been true. I felt a bit embarrassed that I didn't realize what I had seen back then, especially considering how much time I'd spent studying these creatures. But instead of letting that embarrassment stop me, I decided to share my experience. If I come across another one of these creatures, I'll make sure to share more details. Ever since realizing what I had encountered, I found myself gazing into the woods, wondering if I'll spot those big eyes again. This story takes place in the summer of 2012, when I was 13 years old. I lived in a small rural town in the Midwest, surrounded by vast fields of corn. Our house was nestled in the countryside, and the tall stalks of corn filled the air with a whisper all summer long, until harvest time came. Growing up surrounded by fields like this, the corn never really bothered me. But this summer was different. I was the only one of my friends who lived out in the country, so they would often come over to my house to do things that weren't possible in town. I loved the outdoors, and so did my best friend, Max. During that summer, Max spent a lot of time at my house. We'd walk down to the creek to fish, swim in my pool, have bonfires, build little shelters in the yard, and later, when it got dark, we'd go inside and play video games. But one weekend, we decided to do something a little different. We camped out in the backyard. We set up a small tent and a little fire pit. Our property wasn't huge, but it had a decent-sized backyard and plenty of trees, so it felt like a good spot to pretend we were in the forest. If anything went wrong or we got scared, we could always run up to the house. Not that we expected to feel scared. After setting up camp, we made some food over the fire and went to bed early. Normally, I would have been uneasy about camping alone, but Max was with me, and I also had my dog, Max. Yes, that's right, my dog and my best friend shared the same name. It was a little confusing, but it worked. We were lying in our sleeping bags with my dog outside the tent, roaming the yard like he usually did. I don't remember much after that. We must have fallen asleep for a while because I didn't wake up or move around much. It wasn't until the middle of the night when things started to feel strange. I woke up suddenly to my dog barking furiously. His barking was loud and vicious, which was unusual for him. Max and I both knew that my dog was normally calm and never barked aggressively, so this immediately caught my attention. As I rubbed my eyes and tried to wake up, I could hear something else. There was a strange, erratic whistling in the air, like a call, but it didn't have any pattern to it. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. It definitely sounded human, but it was unsettling. I thought maybe it was my dad playing a prank, but it made me uneasy. I woke Max up, and he immediately heard the whistling, too. We exchanged nervous glances, both of us too scared to say anything. My first instinct was to check my phone, and when I did, I saw it was 3 a.m. That's when things felt even more eerie, because I knew it was the witching hour when strange things were supposed to happen. Max was freaking out. "What is that?" he asked, his voice shaking. "I don't know," I answered, feeling the fear settle in my chest. Max suggested I call my dad to see if it was him making the noise, so I did. The phone rang 3 times before my dad answered, sounding groggy. "What's up, son?" "I'm trying to sleep," he said. I froze, realizing that the whistling was still going on, even though my dad was speaking to me on the phone. I knew then it wasn't him. I asked if my mom was with him, and he confirmed she was. I told him about the whistling and the dog barking, and he just brushed it off, saying, "It's probably a bird." I felt my anger rise. I told Max that we had to leave, but my dad wasn't going to help, so we decided to head back to the house. Max was terrified, and we ran, not daring to look in the direction of the cornfields, but I could tell the whistling was coming from that way. We reached the back door, and I saw my dog, still barking toward the fields, staying close to the house. I opened the door, and we rushed inside. I stood at the door, calling for my dog to come inside, but he wouldn't listen. Instead, he started running off toward the whistling. I ran after him, but as I reached him, he bolted away, running toward whatever it was out there. Couldn't believe it. I shouted his name, slammed the door shut, and locked it behind me. Inside, we locked all the doors, shaking with fear. My dad came down, and we told him what happened. He didn't believe us, and he seemed to think we had imagined everything. I was furious and told him to listen for himself. He opened a window and stood there, but there was nothing. No barking, no whistling. He shrugged and went back to bed, suggesting we do the same. But we couldn't. We were too scared. We spent hours online, trying to figure out what the noise could have been. Nothing we found matched the sound we heard. Eventually, we tried to rationalize it, telling ourselves it was just coyotes, but deep down, we knew that wasn't the case. The next day, my parents went to work, leaving Max and me at home alone. We decided to go look for my dog. When we went outside, we found him running around, completely fine, no signs of injury. He seemed perfectly happy. We figured he must have chased off whatever it was that had scared us the night before. Feeling a little braver, we pulled out our dirt bikes and started riding around the property. Everything was going fine until I came around a corner and saw Max stopped in the middle of the track. His bike was turned off and he signaled for me to do the same. I shut off my engine and asked him what was wrong. I heard it again, he said, pointing toward the cornfield. His eyes were wide with fear. At first, I thought he was joking, but when I saw the terror in his face, I knew he wasn't. I was scared again, too. We spent the rest of the day indoors, too afraid to go back outside. To this day, I haven't heard the whistling again. I'm 23 now, married with a daughter, and I don't live in that house anymore. I hope I never hear that noise again. "13 years ago, when I was 33, I lived alone in the mountains of Wyoming. I grew up hunting just like my father and grandfather, so I was no stranger to the wilderness. One morning, I decided to go on a solo camping trip deep into the forest. After a quick mug of coffee, I packed up my gear, grabbed my belt with a .500 Magnum holstered, and called my brother. I asked him to pick up my dog and take her home for me. Then I hit the road. The drive there was uneventful, but when I arrived at the trailhead, everything was eerily still. I thought it was just because I had just arrived, so I moved forward. As I hiked, there was no sign of life. No birds, no bugs, not even the rustling of leaves. It was unsettling. After about 2 hours of this, I began to feel uneasy. I kept my hand on my gun, convinced I was being watched by something. 3 hours into my hike, I finally reached the campsite. As I set up my tent, the silence suddenly lifted, and the sounds of nature returned, much to my relief. The campsite itself was breathtaking, set atop a ridge with a view of the small town below. I tossed my bag inside the tent and started unpacking, but then, just as quickly, everything went silent again. The stillness didn't last long. Soon, the wind began to rustle the trees, and I set up my sleeping bag. I stepped outside to get some food, pulling a can of beans from my pack and hanging the rest of my supplies in a tree. That's when I heard a twig snap. I turned around, my hand instinctively going to my gun, and scanned the woods. I saw nothing. A sigh of relief escaped me, and I shrugged off the tension. As I tried to start a fire to cook, I heard more rustling. This time it was heavy, rapid footsteps. I pulled out my gun again and spun around. Through the trees, I saw something I can only describe as a nightmare. It had the body of a goat, its legs and horns, but it stood on 2 feet. Its body was covered in brown fur, and its arms were humanoid. But its face looked like a kangaroo's, and its eyes radiated pure malice. It stepped closer, and I raised my gun, firing a warning shot into the air. The creature screamed, a mixture of a fox's cry, a deer's mating call, and the most horrifying human scream I could ever imagine. I blinked, and the creature was right in front of me. Its snout was almost touching mine, its cold yellow eyes staring directly into me. I froze. The air around me seemed thick with the tension, and I just knew that any movement would cost me my life. I controlled my breathing, but before I knew it, the creature shoved me to the ground, never breaking eye contact. I sprang to my feet and stood my ground. It moved toward me again, and its scream shook the trees around us. I raised my hands and yelled back. It didn't flinch. I pointed my gun directly at its throat and screamed once more, demanding it back off. It didn't budge, so I pulled the trigger. The sound of the shot rang in my ears. The creature hesitated, then turned and sprinted back into the forest. My heart pounded as I scrambled to pack up my things, but each time I looked up, I saw it watching me from the trees, its yellow eyes gleaming in the distance. I hurried down the trail to my motorcycle, and the thing followed me all the way. When I finally revved the engine and sped off, going at least 30 miles per hour over the limit, I could still hear its terrifying scream echo in the distance as I hit the main road back to town. Now, with a wife and 2 kids, part of me wants to go back. I want to finish what I started, track that thing down, and bring its head home as a trophy. But I know better. I can't afford to throw my life away for the hunt of a creature that might just be too much for anyone to defeat. I was followed by something strange for over 4 years. These events occurred when I was between 10 and 14 years old. I wasn't one to fully believe in the supernatural, but I've always acknowledged that even if I hadn't experienced something unusual myself, it might exist, just waiting for the right moment to cross my path. This was one of those moments. The first time I encountered this presence was when I was 10 years old. At the time, I lived in the southern United States. My best friend, his uncle, my uncle, and I were on an overnight camping trip at one of our favorite spots, which was a short distance from a quiet creek. It was remote enough to feel private, but still near enough to the main road for a quick departure if needed. The day went well. We enjoyed a long walk by the creek and settled in for the night. My friend and I shared a tent, while our uncles shared another. I've always struggled to sleep outdoors, so I was the last one to drift off. Around 10:30 p.m., I finally fell asleep. At some point in the night, I woke abruptly and glanced at my watch. It was 1:45 a.m. I had no idea why I woke up until I heard movement outside the tent. At first, I thought it might be one of the adults stepping out for some reason, but I quickly dismissed the idea when I heard the noise continuing without the usual sounds of a tent zipper or footsteps on the gravel. Being a 10-year-old with a wild imagination, I buried myself deeper into my sleeping bag, gripped by fear. Then I heard it, a sharp, high-pitched sound that reminded me of a fox's call. It wasn't a howl, but a series of barks and whimpers. Whatever it was kept circling the tent, occasionally brushing against the fabric and sniffing loudly. My friend remained fast asleep, and I didn't hear any movement from the other tent either. The creature stayed close for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. Its calls went unanswered by any other animals, which struck me as odd. Eventually, the sound stopped, and I somehow managed to fall asleep again. The next morning, I was the first to wake up. Eager to understand what had happened, I searched the area for signs of an animal, tracks, fur, or droppings. Yet there was nothing, not even in the soft dirt or sandy creek bed nearby. When I asked my friend and our uncles if they had heard anything unusual, they all claimed to have slept through the night. The only thing we found was a single barefoot human footprint near the creek. We packed up and left after breakfast, and nothing else noteworthy occurred that day. However, a powerful summer storm hit the area the following evening. The creek swelled, completely submerging the spot where we had camped just 2 days earlier. At the time, I chalked it up to coincidence, but my second experience made me question that assumption. The second encounter happened about a year later, when I was 11. It was another warm summer night, and I had started sleeping on our screened porch to enjoy the cool breeze. That night, I fell asleep early, only to wake up abruptly around 12:30 a.m., feeling uneasy. Then I heard it again, the same sharp cries as before. This time, I mustered the courage to look. The porch faced the front yard, where the sound seemed to originate. Through the mesh screen, I saw a dark figure hunched over, roughly the size of an adult person. It moved on 2 legs, shuffling along before vanishing behind a cluster of trees. The cries continued for a while before fading into the distance. The next day was stormy, eerily similar to the weather after my first encounter. This pattern repeated in my third and final experience, which occurred when I was 14. By then, we had moved to the Pacific Northwest. One afternoon, while walking home from the bus stop, I noticed movement on the far side of the road. Coyote stood there, staring straight at me. His gaze felt unnervingly intelligent. I broke eye contact, but every time I glanced back, it was still watching. After what felt like forever, it turned and trotted into the woods. That night, a violent storm shook the area, and the next morning, I discovered a tree had fallen just feet from my bedroom window. To this day, I don't know what this entity was. Coyotes are common across the country, but I'm certain this was no ordinary animal. Was it a warning, or did it bring the storms with it? I may never know, but whenever I hear that familiar call, I'm transported back to those nights and the mysteries they carried. I live in a medium-sized town a few hours west of Milwaukee, near the Wisconsin border. This eerie event took place at a small park in the center of town, surrounded by about 4 to 5 acres of woodland. It all began in the early 90s, probably 1992 or 1993, back when I was in 6th grade. A few friends and I had heard about the tale of the woman in the woods. The story said that a child vanished after seeing a ghostly figure of a woman dressed in white sometime in 1986. A few years later, an adult also disappeared under similar circumstances after a sighting of the same mysterious figure. The park soon earned a reputation as a haunted spot, and some people reportedly moved out of their homes after glimpsing this spectral woman drifting through the trees. Over time, the rumors grew wilder. Stories about occult rituals, satanic practices, kidnappings, and even murders swirled around the place. One day, we stumbled across a pentagram spray-painted on a tree near the park, which only made the whole thing even creepier. Fast forward to the summer of 1994. A friend named Jason invited us to a sleepover at his house, just a short walk from the park. Naturally, being curious kids, we decided to sneak out around 1 a.m. to investigate the legend of the woman in the woods. We wanted to see if there was any truth to the rumors. And guess what? There was. It didn't take long before we saw her. A pale figure with long, white hair and flowing garments, almost glowing in the darkness. She looked exactly like the kind of ghost you'd imagine in a scary story, and it was the most terrifying thing any of us had ever seen. We bolted back to Jason's house faster than you'd believe. No, she didn't chase us or do anything dramatic like sprouting wings or letting out a terrifying scream. She just stood there, staring into the woods, completely unaware of us frightened kids. Years later, I ended up living just a couple of blocks from that park. Life went on: college, a career, marriage, kids. But every so often, I'd walk my dog through the park. I'd glance at the spot where we saw her and wonder if what we saw that night was real or just our overactive imaginations. In 2009, I got talking to a guy who was moving out of the house closest to the park. Casually, I asked him if he'd ever heard about the woman in the woods. To my surprise, he not only knew the story but had a shocking explanation. It turned out the mysterious figure wasn't a ghost at all. It was his mother. She had a medical condition that caused her to sleepwalk, and she'd often wander outside at night wearing a white nightgown. She had unwittingly become the center of a local legend. So, there it was, the woman in the woods, not a ghost but a real person with a real-life explanation. It made me rethink how quickly we assume things, especially when stories seem impossible or bizarre. By 2020, I had moved out of that little house and rarely visited the park anymore. But the memory of the woman in the woods, her real story, still crosses my mind occasionally. The experience taught me to listen, to take in the details, and to remember that even the strangest tales often have a kernel of truth. Picture this: A small, unremarkable town, a dot on the map, but just outside of it stood a house. Not your typical spooky mansion, just an old, weathered place, quiet and alone on the edge of town. The thing is, no one dared go near it, not since what had happened there. There was this group of us, Alex, Emma, Nate, and me. We were the adventurous ones, always looking for something exciting to do. One day, we heard about the old Harper House, a relic from decades past, untouched and abandoned. The rumors? Whispers about eerie noises, flickering lights, and shadows that seemed to move when no one was watching. One night, feeling bold and invincible, we decided to see it for ourselves. Armed with flashlights and nervous jokes, we made our way to the rickety front door. When we nudged it, the door groaned open, almost like it was inviting us in. For a moment, we hesitated, but curiosity got the better of us. Inside, the air felt heavy and strange, and an unnatural stillness surrounded us. Our footsteps echoed eerily as we wandered through the dark, empty rooms, each colder and gloomier than the last. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wail echoed in the distance. We froze, our hearts racing as we exchanged uneasy looks. Drawn by the sound, we climbed the creaking staircase to the attic. There, we found something unexpected. An old music box, dust-covered and out of place. The haunting wail persisted, blending with a soft, ghostly melody as the box played on its own. Shadows in the room began to shift unnaturally, twisting and morphing into shapes. Then, from the darkness, a figure appeared, a spectral woman in a tattered vintage gown. We were frozen in fear as she moved closer, her hollow eyes seeming to look straight through us. But instead of malice, there was sadness in her presence. She murmured words we couldn't fully understand, a tragic story of heartbreak and loss. As we watched, the music box suddenly stopped, and the eerie wailing ceased. The ghostly woman gave us one last sorrowful look before fading into nothingness, like mist dissolving into the air. We stood there, trying to catch our breath, realizing we had just experienced something beyond explanation. The next day, we tried to share what happened, but no one believed us. The Harper House remained boarded up and forgotten, its secrets locked away. Our group eventually drifted apart, each of us haunted in our own way by that night. Years later, I found myself passing through that same small town. I couldn't resist taking a detour to see the old house. It was still there, quiet and crumbling, a shadow of its former self. The stories lived on, whispered from one generation to the next, the tale of the haunted Harper House and the ghostly bride. And so, the mystery remains, etched into the walls of that forsaken place, a story told to those willing to listen. Thanks for letting me share it. It's like one of those campfire stories, except this one actually happened to me. It was our usual routine to head into the hills and gather firewood. Dad would cut the trees and we'd help load them into the truck. One afternoon, we decided to take a different back road on the far side of the valley. No big reason. Dad just wanted to switch things up. This road was in rough shape, full of rocks and fallen branches. As we made our way through, a strange, uneasy feeling crept over me. I couldn't tell if it was fatigue or something else, but the entire mountain felt wrong. My younger brother, Ben, suddenly blurted out, "Does anyone else feel like we shouldn't be here?" My older brother, Luke, and I stopped in our tracks, both nodding in agreement. Something was definitely off. Dad, already ahead and signaling us to keep moving, honked impatiently. Reluctantly, we continued clearing the road until we reached a small clearing. Dad started cutting wood, and we began loading the truck, but that eerie feeling wouldn't leave me. Just as we were about to finish, Dad abruptly told us to pack up and leave. It was odd because the truck wasn't fully loaded yet, but he seemed eager to get out of there. Heading back down, the heavy tension started to lift, and we began joking around again. Then, out of nowhere, a brown shape darted in front of the truck. Dad slammed on the brakes, and we found ourselves staring at a mangled deer lying in the road. Dad got out to check, and I followed. The deer was in terrible shape. Its eyes were gone, its tongue hung out, and the stench of decay was overpowering. Even worse, it was crawling with maggots. The deer had clearly been dead for days, maybe weeks. I stumbled back, gagging, when a piercing scream echoed from the trees. Dad bolted back to the truck, and we sped down the mountain, the engine roaring as if it could outrun the sound. As soon as we broke through the tree line, everything went silent. Back at home, no one said a word. Dad looked deeply unsettled, his face a mix of fear and confusion. Finally, he admitted he'd felt uneasy the entire day, noticing shadows shifting in the woods. That deer, he said, wasn't just roadkill, it felt like a warning. We skipped firewood for the rest of the season. Dad ended up buying what we needed instead. The next year, we cautiously resumed collecting wood, but we never went back to that side of the valley. Not that it mattered much, the Forest Service had closed the road anyway. The only way in now is by foot, and none of us are eager to try. To this day, we have no idea what chased us out of those woods. Something up there didn't want us around, and maybe it's better that way. The memory of those screams still lingers, reminding me that some mysteries are best left unsolved. Life went on, but those woods, they're off limits for good. In the hills of eastern Tennessee, I wouldn't call myself much of an outdoors person, especially not a fan of the woods. But my family owns about 12 acres of forested land, and since I grew up around it, it feels familiar, like a second home. That said, there's this one little grove behind our house that gives me the creeps. Even my parents and our pets seem to avoid it. Let me tell you about some of the strange things that have happened there. When I was around 10 years old, I decided to camp out in the backyard. I set up a small tent, grabbed some books, and made myself comfortable. But before the sun even went down, I felt uneasy. As the night set in, I started hearing loud crunching sounds, like someone heavy walking on 2 feet. The footsteps never got too close, but they circled around for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I got scared and ran back inside. A few years later, when I was about 12, my mom decided to build a few raised garden beds at the edge of the woods. While working on them, both of us felt on edge, irritated for no real reason. The strangest part? It was unnaturally quiet, like the kind of silence that messes with your thoughts. My mom always insisted I stay nearby whenever she worked on those beds because she said she felt weird being out there alone. Then there was this one time when I was 15. My mom was giving me a haircut in the backyard, a pretty normal thing for us. But out of nowhere, I started feeling like I couldn't catch my breath. The air felt heavy, and my mom, who's usually great with scissors, accidentally nicked me near my left eye. Her expression was vacant, like she wasn't fully there. I still have the small scar from that day. Now I'm 24, and I haven't ventured into that patch of woods in close to a decade. But sometimes, when I glance at it from the house, I get this odd, unsettling feeling. It's like the backyard has its own rules, and we're better off leaving it alone. That sense of being watched? Yeah, it's constant when you're near that area. My parents and our pets all steer clear of it too. Even during the day, that spot is unnaturally dark. The shadows feel off, like they're moving or playing tricks on you. The old raised garden beds are still back there, rotting away in the overgrowth. We abandoned the gardening project because every time we were there, it felt like something was messing with us, heightening our tempers for no reason. And that camping trip I took as a kid, I still think about the crunching noises circling the yard. It wasn't the kind of sound you could explain away. Then there's the memory of my mom cutting my hair, that cold air, the weight on my chest, and her spaced out look. To this day, I can't explain what's wrong with that patch of land. It's like the forest holds some kind of secret it doesn't want to share. But we keep pretending it's nothing, avoiding the strange vibes that linger back there. Sometimes, when I catch sight of the grove from a window, I still feel a shiver run down my spine, like something is there watching and waiting. Whatever it is, it doesn't feel welcoming. Life goes on, though, right? I'm Jake, living with my dad and brothers in this mountain town. After school, it's just another day out here, but that backyard? It's a mystery I'd rather not solve. All right, listen up. My name's Jake, and I have to share the strangest and creepiest experience I've ever had in the Nevada desert. I'm big on exploring and spend almost every weekend roaming around the Great Basin, particularly this little mountain range near Eerie. There's this spot on the salt flats I absolutely love camping at. It's so remote, probably 15 miles from the nearest dirt road. Just endless flat salt stretching for miles. One day, it was late summer, August 30th, 2018. The heat was brutal, 105 degrees. I set up camp under my tarp for some shade. The silence out there was surreal. Around 6:30 in the evening, I woke up from a nap, still drenched in sweat. I got up to chop some wood, and then, out of nowhere, I heard crunching footsteps behind me. I turned around and saw this girl, maybe 17, wearing a bright tie-dye tank top and ripped jean shorts. She had no backpack, no water, just a pair of worn-out sneakers, walking through the blazing heat like it was nothing. I was so confused. I said something like, "Hot day for a walk, huh?" She just nodded and pointed behind her, saying, "My friends are back there." I looked where she pointed, but there was no one in sight. She kept walking toward the mountains, not even slowing down or sweating. It was so bizarre. I grabbed my binoculars to make sure I wasn't imagining things. She was still there, now about half a mile away, and I could somehow still hear her footsteps. Then her phone rang. She answered and started chatting like it was the most normal thing in the world. I just stood there, dumbfounded, watching her walk further and further toward the mountains. The strangest part? She never once looked back at me. Suddenly, I heard the roar of a vehicle. A truck was speeding across the salt flats in her direction. It was an old black SUV, kicking up clouds of dust. The driver spun it around in a circle, almost like they were signaling something, then sped off toward the highway. By now, I was on edge. I started thinking it might be some kind of setup. I loaded my rifle just in case. I decided to move my camp to another spot that night, feeling too uneasy to stay where I was. The next day, I called the local sheriff's office to report what I'd seen. They listened but didn't seem too concerned. No one else had reported anything strange, and there wasn't much they could do. To this day, I can't figure out what happened. Who was that girl? Why was she walking alone in the middle of the desert with no supplies? And what was the deal with that SUV tearing through the flats like they were on some secret mission? The whole thing still gives me chills. I haven't been back to that campsite since. I keep wondering if I stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. The desert has a way of keeping its secrets, and I feel like I got a brief glimpse into one of them. Maybe it was just a series of odd coincidences, or maybe there's more to it. Something I'll never understand. Either way, it's a story I'll be telling around campfires for years to come. We'd been planning the trip for a week, but as the day neared, the weather turned unexpectedly bad, cold and overcast, which isn't typical for Tennessee. Anyway, being in our early 40s, we layered up, packed some bourbon and beers, and headed for a spot my friend had heard of deep in the woods, far from the crowded camping areas. After about 25 minutes of rough, uneven dirt roads and dodging fallen branches, the rain started. Before long, it became sleet. Eventually, We stumbled upon a clearing marked by an overgrown path and the rusted remains of an old pickup truck. We set up our tents, cracked open the bourbon, and tried to get the tents ready before the alcohol took over. Took a bit of effort, but we finally succeeded and managed to get a fire going. The next morning, I woke to the sound of something heavy being dragged across the ground outside my tent. Peeking out, I saw an old, beat-up station wagon, its faded paint flaking off, towing the remains of the pickup with a chain. A woman was behind the wheel, a man sat beside her, and a few shirtless kids crowded into the back. They looked like they hadn't seen a comfortable day in years, their eyes carrying the weight of deep poverty. The woman rolled down her window and spoke in a gravelly, tobacco-tinged voice. She asked if we were doing drugs, and we quickly explained we were just drinking. She let out a raspy laugh and muttered something about government helicopters always flying overhead. Then she mentioned it was her land and invited us to come to church, saying we'd meet folks like Tina and the others. When she drove off, we exchanged uneasy glances and laughed nervously, trying to shake off the weirdness. Later that day, we decided to hike up the hill she'd mentioned. But when we got there, we found nothing. No clearing, no structures, just endless trees stretching as far as we could see. The whole encounter replayed in my mind. Her eyes, the kids, the strange laughter. Something felt wrong. We didn't stay long. By midday, we'd packed up and were heading back, feeling like it was safer to trust our instincts. As we left, the dense woods seemed to exhale, like they were relieved to see us go. But even as we drove away, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, darting between the trees, and faint echoes of laughter seemed to follow us. My friend tried to lighten the mood with jokes and music, but I couldn't relax. The further we got from the hill, the easier it was to breathe, like breaking free of a heavy fog. Eventually, we reached the nearest town, a tiny place with one stoplight and a population you could count on your fingers. Even back in familiar territory, though, I couldn't forget the woman's voice or the kids' empty stares. Days later, news broke about a group of hikers who had vanished in those same woods. Authorities searched tirelessly, but the forest seemed unwilling to give up its secrets. I couldn't help but wonder if those hikers had encountered the same station wagon, the same eerie laughter. We never talked about that trip again. Over time, the unease faded, blending into the background of our lives. Still, every now and then, when I see a dilapidated car or hear a faint sound in the distance, the memory surfaces. It lingers, a haunting reminder that some encounters leave marks that never fully fade. So let me share this wild camping adventure that happened over a decade ago. This isn't some made-up tale. Every person who was there witnessed the strange events that night. Buckle up because it's going to get weird. My girlfriend at the time decided to surprise me with an impromptu overnight camping trip. Sweet, right? We packed a bag, hit the road, and I was imagining a cozy cabin or something. Nope, turns out it was a rugged, off-the-grid camping spot. Not really my style, but I went along with it. We drove way out into the middle of nowhere. The campground was completely deserted, which felt a little creepy. We set up a fire pit, cooked a decent meal, and things were pretty calm. As the sun set, we got comfortable in the tent, ready to call it a night. But then the weirdness started. Scratching noises outside the tent caught our attention. At first, I thought it might be a branch or some animal messing around. The sound stopped and we tried to brush it off. But suddenly, something hit the tent hard, like a battering ram. My heart was racing. Adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted out of the tent, ready to confront whatever it was. And guess what? Nothing. Not a single thing. Just eerie silence and darkness. I yelled into the night but got no reply. The air suddenly felt freezing, and this overwhelming sense of being watched set in. I told my girlfriend to grab the car keys, and we hurried out of the tent. As we power walked to the car, the sensation of being watched got stronger. I'm not usually one to panic, but I was genuinely terrified. It felt like eyes were boring into us from the shadows, and the unnerving silence made it worse. We jumped in the car, and relief washed over me when the engine roared to life. But the nightmare wasn't over. The car's cabin filled with this bizarre, high-pitched ringing. It wasn't a normal car noise. It was like a relentless, maddening bell sound that wouldn't stop. It went on for about 10 agonizing minutes, then vanished as suddenly as it started. The tension, fear, and noise, all gone in an instant. We were too shaken to stay, so we drove to a truck stop diner and slept in the parking lot. The next morning, we decided to return to the campsite in the daylight. When we got there, everything looked normal. Nothing seemed out of place. The tent and our gear were still there, untouched. We packed everything up as fast as we could and left. That place had such a strange, unsettling vibe. I haven't gone camping since, and if I ever do, it'll be in an RV at a busy campground with plenty of people around. This all happened in the remote mountains of southern Arizona, far from civilization. Crazy, right? A secluded spot by some hiking trails, complete with hot springs and a towering waterfall. Total seclusion, no one for miles. We set up camp, spent the day hiking, soaking in the springs, and enjoying the quiet. But everything spiraled out of control the next morning. Our once tranquil campsite looked like a tornado had hit. The fire pit was wrecked, the cooler thrown aside, food scattered all over, and my portable speaker smashed near a tree. To top it off, every car door, including the trunk, was wide open. I just stood there, stunned, trying to piece it all together. The peaceful woods from the day before suddenly felt strange and unwelcoming. My ex started yelling at me, saying it was my fault for not locking the car. I swore I had locked it, but when I went to grab the keys from my bag in the tent, they were missing. Later, I found them lying on the ground near the car. We scrambled to gather our stuff, threw it into the trunk, and drove away as fast as we could. On the way back, my ex admitted something chilling. He told me he'd had a dream the night before. A figure crouched over him in the tent, holding his gun, just staring. When I tried to ask more, he shut down and refused to explain further. Even after we left the campsite, the eerie feeling stuck with us like a heavy shadow. My ex wouldn't talk about his dream anymore, and anytime I brought it up, he clammed up. In the days that followed, we both struggled to sleep. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone, or something, was watching me. What used to be a calming memory of the woods now made my skin crawl. One evening, while we were trying to distract ourselves at home, my ex blurted out, "Do you ever feel like something came back with us?" I froze. It was exactly what I'd been thinking, but was too afraid to say. The more we talked, the more we realized we weren't imagining things. We both had unsettling dreams and saw strange shadows in the corners of our rooms. The worst part came when I started hearing faint whispers when no one else was around. My ex, usually the rational one, admitted he heard them too. The whispers weren't clear, just murmurs, like far-off conversations. We decided to face our fears and return to the campsite. This time, the woods felt different, darker, heavier. When we reached the spot where we had camped, a chill ran through me. The broken pieces of my speaker were still scattered on the ground. It felt like the woods had absorbed the chaos of that night and were holding on to it. Then we heard it, the faint sound of footsteps and rustling leaves. Panic set in and we bolted back to the car. Whatever had followed us or remained in those woods didn't seem ready to let us go. We sped away, leaving that eerie place far behind. Even now, I can't shake the feeling that something beyond explanation touched our lives in those woods. The whispers, the dreams, the strange presence. It's all seared into my memory, a haunting reminder that some places are better left untouched. When I was younger, maybe around 13, and my friend, let's call him Lucas, was about 11, we lived near a large stretch of forest. Odd things happened in those woods, and I still don't know if it was something supernatural or just plain strange. Lucas's family owned a lot of land about 60 miles outside a small town in British Columbia, Canada. Their property was surrounded by thick trees, split in half by a gravel road. One day, we decided to explore the forest. Lucas's dad had warned us about a strange-looking stray dog that had been seen nearby. He said the dog looked sick and told us to stay away if we came across it. Undeterred, we started walking along the road, with the lighter, friendlier part of the forest on our right and the eerier section, what locals called Shadow Hollow, on our left. That left side always gave us a bad feeling, but we were feeling adventurous that day. As we walked, we noticed a giant spruce tree with a bright red ribbon tied to one of its branches. The ribbon was fluttering wildly, which was strange because the air was completely still. I even tested it by wetting my finger to feel for a breeze. Nothing. Yet, the ribbon danced like it had a life of its own. Intrigued and a little spooked, we kept walking. The deeper we went, the stranger it became. On the left, the hillside seemed carved out, almost like an amphitheater, framed by golden leaves and shadowy trees. Lucas got excited, claiming he'd heard wild cats. He said his dad had seen some with kittens before. He started mimicking a cat's meow, trying to lure them out. That's when things took a creepy turn. Something meowed back. At first, we thought it was a real cat, but the sound wasn't quite right. It mirrored Lucas's meows exactly, like it was mimicking us. Stranger still, there were no echoes for any of the other noises. No rustling leaves, no crunching gravel, just that uncanny meow. Lucas thought it was a wild cat coming closer, but I had a sinking feeling. Animals don't act like that. Then, out of nowhere, I heard loud panting right by my feet, like a large dog was there. But when I looked down, there was nothing. Panicked, I turned to look up the road and spotted a mangy dog in the distance. It looked like some kind of mutt, maybe part German shepherd, and it seemed wrong, like it didn't belong. The panting sound shouldn't have been so close if the dog was that far away. Fear took over, and we bolted downhill toward Lucas's house. We didn't stop running until we were safely inside. That was the last time we ventured into those woods. Whatever was out there wasn't something we wanted to understand. Over the years, the memory faded as life moved on, and Lucas and I went our separate ways. But sometimes, I still think about Shadow Hollow and the strange things we experienced. Years later, I came across a story online about a similar encounter in a forest. Different details, but the same eerie feeling. Unseen forces, inexplicable sounds, and a sense that the woods themselves were alive with something unnatural. I couldn't help but wonder if others had faced what we did. Was it just our imagination? Or was there something truly mysterious hiding in that forest? Whatever the truth, the memory of that day stays with me, a constant reminder that some places and events defy explanation. Shadow Hollow remains etched in my mind as a place where the ordinary and the unexplainable intersected, leaving me with a chill I'll never forget. The sun was just starting to rise as I set off for the trailhead. I'd planned this hike for weeks, carefully researching the route and checking the weather. It was supposed to be a crisp, clear day, perfect for a solo trek. I needed the time away from my routine, from the constant ping of notifications and the hum of everyday life. The trail was one of the lesser-known ones, winding through a dense forest and eventually climbing up to a ridge with panoramic views. I parked my car at the gravel lot, which was empty except for a rusted truck that looked like it hadn't moved in years. The air was cold but invigorating as I laced up my boots and hoisted my pack. I had everything I needed: water, snacks, a first aid kit, a map, and a fully charged phone. The weight of my pack was reassuring, a reminder that I was prepared for anything. The first mile was uneventful, the trail a well-worn path through towering pines. The forest was alive with sound. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the distant call of birds, and the occasional rustle of something small darting through the underbrush. The solitude was exactly what I'd been craving. There was something meditative about the steady rhythm of walking, the way my thoughts started to untangle themselves with each step. About an hour in, the trail began to climb more steeply. The trees thinned, and patches of sunlight dappled the ground. I paused to catch my breath and take a sip of water. That's when I noticed the first sign that something was off. A faint, almost imperceptible smell. It was metallic, sharp, and out of place among the earthy scents of the forest. I brushed it off as my imagination and kept moving. The trail grew rougher as I ascended, the dirt giving way to loose rocks and exposed roots. My focus shifted to my footing, careful not to twist an ankle. The forest grew quieter, the birdsong replaced by an eerie stillness. I told myself it was just the altitude, the thinning trees absorbing less sound. But the silence pressed against me, heavy and unnatural. After another hour of climbing, I reached a small clearing. It was the perfect spot to rest and refuel. I dropped my pack, stretched my legs, and sat on a fallen log. The view was stunning. Rolling hills blanketed in green, the morning mist still clinging to the valleys below. As I unwrapped a granola bar, I noticed something odd. There were faint markings on the ground, almost like scratches, leading from the edge of the clearing into the forest. They didn't look like animal tracks or anything natural. They were too straight, too deliberate. Curiosity got the better of me, and I followed the markings a few steps into the trees. They led to a shallow depression in the ground, filled with a dark, sticky substance. My stomach turned as I realized it was blood. A lot of it, too much for it to be from a small animal. My mind raced through explanations. A wounded deer, maybe? A predator's kill? But there were no other signs, no fur, no tracks, nothing to explain what I was seeing. I backed away, my heart pounding. The logical part of my brain told me to turn around and head back to my car. But another part of me, the part that had brought me out here in the first place, pushed me to keep going. I told myself it was nothing, just nature being nature. I packed up my things and pressed on. The trail grew even steeper, the forest darker. Clouds had begun to roll in, blocking out the sun. I checked my watch and realized I'd been hiking longer than I'd planned. The ridge was supposed to be just ahead, but the trail seemed to stretch endlessly. My legs ached, and the metallic smell from earlier was back, stronger this time, clung to the air, making my stomach churn. Then I saw it, a structure barely visible through the trees. It was a small cabin, weathered and leaning to one side. This wasn't on the map. I hesitated, debating whether to investigate. Something about it felt wrong, but I told myself it was just an old hunter's shack or maybe a ranger's outpost. I approached cautiously, the wooden boards creaking under my boots as I stepped onto the porch. The door was ajar, swinging slightly in the breeze. Inside, it was dark, the only light coming from a single broken window. The smell hit me first, a nauseating mix of rot and mildew. My eyes adjusted, and I saw that the interior was empty except for a broken chair and a table covered in scratches. The walls were scrawled with markings, similar to the ones I'd seen in the clearing. They were crude, almost like tally marks, but they covered every surface. I stepped back, my skin crawling. As I turned to leave, my boot caught on something. Looking down, I saw a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Against my better judgment, I nudged it with my foot, revealing a cluster of bones. Animal bones, I hoped. My breath quickened as I backed out of the cabin and onto the trail. I'd had enough. It was time to head back. But as I retraced my steps, the trail looked different. The trees seemed denser, the path less distinct. I pulled out my map and compass, trying to orient myself, but nothing matched. My phone had no signal and the GPS was useless. Panic set in as I realized I was lost. The forest felt alive now, but not in the comforting way it had that morning. Every sound made me jump. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves. I pushed forward, hoping to find a familiar landmark, but the landscape seemed to shift around me. Hours passed, the sky growing darker with each step. My legs burned, my throat was dry, and I was out of water. Just as I was about to give up, I stumbled into another clearing. My relief was short-lived when I realized it was the same clearing I'd rested in earlier. The markings were still there, and the bloodstain looked fresher, darker. I wasn't alone. I could feel it. I heard movement behind me and spun around, my heart in my throat. Nothing, just trees and shadows. I grabbed a branch from the ground, holding it like a weapon, and backed away. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, making my head spin. Then I saw it, a figure barely visible through the trees. It was tall, human-shaped, but something about it was off. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if it knew I was watching. My legs screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. The figure stopped at the edge of the clearing, just staring. Then it turned and disappeared into the forest. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran, branches clawing at my face and arms. I didn't care about the trail or the direction. I just needed to get away. The forest blurred around me, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Eventually, I saw a flash of metal through the trees. My car. I burst into the parking lot, my legs nearly giving out as I reached the driver's side door. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, and finally got the door open. I started the engine and sped down the dirt road, not daring to look back. It wasn't until I was miles away, on the main highway, that I allowed myself to breathe. My hands were still trembling, my mind racing with what I'd seen. I reported the cabin and the blood to the authorities the next day. They thanked me and said they'd investigate, but I never heard anything more. I don't know what I saw out there, and maybe I never will. But I've learned one thing. Some places are better left unexplored.